Hello and welcome to the Cal Club region of the SCCA's races here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We've got 5 races ahead today for you. One here before lunch and then one after lunch. I'm Brian Belansky, and we are happy to be here bringing you the coverage here from Buttonwillow Live. I should put up a live bug in all these. I hadn't thought about that. Anyway, hope you're all good here, and welcome to the races. We've got all of this stuff coming to you this morning. First race up is SPEC Miata. Let us give you the starting order for this first race of the day. And I misplaced my sheet. Oh, there it is. One more. Where'd it go? How is everybody today? I hope you're good. All right, here we go. Starting in row number 1, your pole sitter is Tyler Vance with a best time of 2:06.248. These are combined times for all of the sessions leading up to today. Then we've got our outside pole sitter is William Rasmussen, followed by row number 2 of Evan Donnell and Jeremy Rudder. Then yesterday's race winner, Clement Lee and Jake Johnson, row number 3. Hendrick Webster and Spencer Douglas will be in row number 4, followed by Marcus Cheek and Leo Liu in row number 5, Preston Lewis and Gabe Estrada Jr. in row 6, David Mitchell and Nicholas Stewart, Alan Lukart III, William Sturgeon, Bill Nelson, and Lauren Lewis. That's how we're going to start them today here at our good Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We're on the classic track today. And here are our cars going through Riverside. Now, the one thing I wasn't able to do yesterday because I had a little bit of a computer hiccup was tell you the finishing order of yesterday's race. So let's get that to you right now. Our race winner yesterday was Clement Lee. Joining him on the podium, Evan Jacobson, William Rasmussen, followed by Evan Donnell, Tyler Vance, Spencer Douglas, Jake Johnson, Hendrick Webster, Nicholas Stewart, and Alan Lukart III. That rounded out the top 10 yesterday. And then 11 through 18, Preston Lewis, Marcus Cheek, David Mitchell, Leo Liu, Gabe Estrada Jr., Lauren Lewis, Jeremy Rudder, and William Sturgeon. That was yesterday's finishing order. So we are going to get these races underway this morning here. One race before lunch, and then we will have our 5 more races after lunch this afternoon. Is it 5 total? It is 5 races total. So 4 races after lunch. So that's how we're going to do it here today, folks. These races today are going to be 30 minutes or 18 laps, whichever comes first. We are in our track 25 clockwise. There's 25 different versions of this track, and each one can be run in both directions. So that's a lot of options, in addition to the new track, the circuit at Buttonwillow, which we are not racing on this weekend. But it's always good to have options here. With our motorsports road racing landscape kind of being less and less options. So we're happy about that here to have a lot of options out of Buttonwillow. All right, our cars should be coming onto our main straight here. And if the starter likes what they see, they're going to wave that green flag. And we will get to racing. Green flag is in the air. We'll see our cars coming right at us right now as they go side by side all the way up through our camera into turn 1 here. 3 wides you can see in a couple of different spots. Got some digital breakup there. I apologize for that. Here are our cars now going through turn 1, heading to the next section of our racetrack here. You'll see them out there in the distance. Coming at us on I-5. If you can see out in the distance there on the right, you'll see Interstate 5. And that's why this corner got its name, because it parallels I-5. Oh, we got a slow car and a lot of cars scrambling to get around that car. Then they're going to come, oop, wrong button. I am your director and your talker out here on these races. So if you notice that there is a mistake here or there, cut me a little bit of slack. I appreciate it. Gonna pull up here and get the chat. Oh, I've already got some people in the chat here with me this morning. That's pretty awesome. We will get and talk with them as well. Pete Rose is back. Thank you. Carl Jonk is here, going live soon. Here we are. When's it starting? Now. Thank you. K Sports Scars. Speed Sam is back today, looking good for a 11:05 start. We are hot and ready to go. Sandra Ebsen is back again. Grasshopper Geek School. I love that. Hubby is number 87. So who is Hubby? Number 87 is Nicholas Stewart. All right, there we go. Let me go find our cars now. Yep, here they are, heading through the S's. They're coming onto our main straight here. First lap by your leader at the line as they come across this time. It's going to be William Rasmussen at the line, followed by Evan Donald, Clement Lee, Jeremy Rutter, Tyler Vance, Hendrick Webster, Jake Johnson, Leo Liu, Evan Jacobs, and Gabe Estrada. There's your top 10. Go Jake. That's who Casboat's Cars is rooting for. And that's how they stack up at the end of lap number 1. Not sure if this group will get to 18 laps, but we'll see what happens. Beautiful day for racing. A little cooler today out at Buttonwillow. Pull up Mr. Weathercaster here, and I'll let you know it's right now currently 78 degrees, a absolutely comfortable 78 degrees compared to yesterday, which was a little bit toasty. We're going to head up to a high of 87 today, which, if you've spent any time in Buttonwillow, 87 is like perfect. Here's our cars heading up the hill now. Up at the top of that hill there, that's a corner we call Phil Hill. One, because it is a hill, and of course, Phil Hill, legendary race car driver. So he got a corner named after him. Oh, someone puts a wheel off there. The dust at Buttonwillow, the telltale sign of a wheel off. It is your standard dusty racetrack. As we get deeper into the day, that dust will make for some slippery surfaces, especially as things heat up temperature-wise as well. So the grip that they have in this race now will not be the grip we have in a couple of hours. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Here comes. Oh, someone going way wide off there at the exit of Sunset. Looks like they were able to get back on the track without any issues. William Rasmussen is starting to pull away a little bit from the second-place car. That is good news for him. Another wheel off there. Yeah, Evan Donald and Clement Lee need to work together because at the moment, and we're only now in the middle of lap number 3, William Rasmussen's already opened up a gap of 1.9 seconds over Clement Lee. So that's a big gap already in this SPEC Miata race. Yeah, look at that. There's 3 cars though now. If those 3 cars work together, 4 cars even, 3 cars there, if they work together with as early as we are in this race, they should be able to catch up. But they're going to have to get going, though, because Rasmussen is absolutely locked in at this moment. So it's Lee, Rutter, and Vance who are trying to hunt down that number 23 car. And the key for them, though, if they want any chance of vying for a win here, is to work together or hope that there's a problem with the car up front. Pete Rose says, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Pete. Pete, you are our associate producer of the day yesterday, hung with us for the whole chat, dropping gems of knowledge for me to share with the crew here. Now we get to see what the gap is for William Rasmussen. Tyler Vance taking over second place now as we come to the line. That gap now between first and second's all the way up to 3.3 seconds. If those lap times continue to be what they are, it won't be long. Although the group behind actually is turning a slightly faster lap than Rasmussen. So we will see what happens here. What place is Nick in? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a way to change Grasshopper the standings here, but I will share with you. Nick Stewart's in 13th place right now, about a second out of 12th place. So if there's anybody in the chat who wants to know where your driver is and they're not in the top 10, just drop the name in the chat, and I'll be happy to give you an update on. Now that I know that Grasshopper's following Nick, I will give you a Nick Stewart update as often as I possibly can here. That is the one downfall, or the one problem I have with this system, is that it doesn't cycle through past the top 10. So, but I'm happy to give you verbal updates. Just let me know who you're following, and I will be happy to throw it out there. And then every couple of 5 or 10 minutes, I try to give a full field rundown. So here comes our leaders again now. I think, hold on, let me find them. Where are they? I can tell you that Tyler Vance just went purple, as you can see there on our screen. And there are our leaders now coming onto our main straight with a 2:08.239. Got some digital artifact on that main straight camera. Some days out here, the internet service is fantastic, and some days not so much. So and we are tied to the service that we get. So, but we're having fun, having a good time out here, and doing the best that we can, bringing you the coverage here live from Buttonwillow, and really enjoying it. So. This is maybe my favorite cam on the racetrack. You really get a good chance to see how fast these cars are going. One of the fastest portions, probably if not the fastest portion on this racetrack, side by side through the dog leg. I believe that's Clement Lee and Jeremy Rutter as they come through there. And they always tend to sort themselves out here once they get to Riverside. And there's a car off in the distance there. That's a little, that's the extension. So the straightaway here before they make the left go up towards is part of a very long straightaway that is called the drag strip. And you can see going in this direction, that's the other end of the drag strip. So on occasions, which isn't very often when we don't use Phil Hill, you could have a big long straight back there. And we refer to that straight as a whole as the back strip, the drag strip. There's a car parked off there. That's in a safe spot there, so they'll probably leave that there till the end of the race. It does look like Tyler Vance is starting to close the gap a little bit. Last time by, it was 2.5 seconds, the gap between Vance and Rasmussen. We will check that gap out this time as they come by. And at the line, Rasmussen still your race leader. And Vance has been able to knock another 0.2 off. So he is now 1.3 seconds back from your race leader. Definitely hunting him down. Yep. And there is the battle there for third place. That's Clement Lee and Evan Donnell. Evan Donnell's trying to get into that final. I'm sorry, that's Jeremy Rudder and Clement Lee. I apologize, at battle. Lee's trying to get back up on the podium. Yesterday's race winner, William Rasmussen, finished third yesterday. He's trying to hang on to end up on the top spot on the podium today. Doesn't look like Tyler Vance is real interested in that. He is hunting him down. Almost caught him now. There's a couple of good passing zones in the rest of this lap. The main one going into, going after the drag strip here. Now they're side by side. Vance trying to make the pass. It looks like he may get it done, but Rasmussen's got that inside going into the right-hander. We'll know whether or not the pass was completed when they come through the S's here. Well, Rasmussen's still holding on, at least for another couple of corners. He's able to shut the door going into that right-hander. And now it looks like, well, he tried to do it again. I mean, he went a little bit wide, but right up 3 car lengths now from Rasmussen to Vance. And then look at all these cars coming through here. That should be Evan Donnell, Evan Jacobs, Jake Johnson, Hendrick Webster, Leo Liu, all in that area there. Rasmussen's still holding on to Vance. Now Vance side by side on the outside going into Riverside. We'll see if that turns out to be a positive move. Not quite sure that's the fast way, but for Tyler Vance it certainly is. He now takes the lead on lap number 6 here of this 18-lap race. Rasmussen trying to fight back. Looks on the inside going into Phil Hill. Coming down off of Phil Hill, can Rasmussen fight back? A lot of people do try to make a pass into Star Mazda. Star Mazda is a greater than 90-degree right-hander, but Vance is in the advantageous location, is the defensive line going into that corner. We'll see if he's able to hold on through there now when he comes out. When he comes into our view, that's just coming out of the Star Mazda turn. Rasmussen stays in front. I'm sorry, Vance stays in front, but Rasmussen right behind him going onto our front straight. Vance stays in front. Rasmussen, will he decide to just stick with him there if he can? He might not have much tires left because Vance was able to hunt Rasmussen down fairly quickly. So now we just have to wonder, could Rasmussen hold on? Yep, they go through the off-ramp there. Oops, coming that way. All right, we're going to do our little version of Crank It Up here. When they come through the dog leg here, I'm going to turn up the volume and shut up for a minute, let you guys listen to these cars as they come by. We don't have bios on the drivers, Sandra. At least not that are online. A lot of them have a lot of their information on their individual websites and on their social media pages. That's probably the best way. But we have not been able to curate that kind of a driver bio because there's so many with us, and they don't all come out every weekend. So it's kind of a difficult proposition for us. But a lot of the drivers, they do that kind of information on their websites. So you definitely do a quick Google search for some of these drivers, and there's the info out there on them. All right, Vance stays in the lead for one more lap, so we're coming up on the 18-minute mark, halfway, or at least a little past halfway in this race. And, of course, these are the Cal Club races here, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. They have been with us since the beginning of our live stream here at Buttonwillow, and all the Cal Club races are out here on the Racing Network. Porterfield Racing Brakes, obviously, the place to go if you need to help get your car stopped, whether it be on a racetrack or on the street or on any kind of performance application. The folks at Porterfield have brakes for just about every car that's out there, and they might even be able to custom do something for you as well. So check them out, Porterfield-brakes.com. Good people there. SCCAers also. So here comes Tyler Vance. I'm going to stay here for a good portion of the lap so everybody can see their favorite driver. That was Vance and Rasmussen coming through. Then these four cars right here, that's Jeremy Rutter, Evan Donnell, Evan Jacobs, Clement Lee's dropped back to 6th place now. So that's now a 4-car train. Then you've got Hendrick Webster, Jake Johnson that just came through. Next 2 cars through should be Marcus Cheek and Leah Liu. There you go. And then that should also be the 11th place car of Preston Lewis, then Nick Stewart, followed by Gabe Estrada Jr. here, and David Mitchell, followed by William Sturgeon. Next car through should be Alan Lucart III. And then we're looking for one more car, should be Bill Nelson. Actually, Bill Nelson, Lauren Lewis don't think they're on the racetrack anymore. It looks like they've only completed 2 laps. So let's see if I can find our race leaders now. Oh, there's our second pack. So the race leaders should be coming through on this camera next. And there they are, coming out of the A section there. And look at Tyler Vance. He has opened up a bit of a gap now. That was 1.1 seconds last time at the line. So I'm not quite sure if Rasmussen started on maybe a little older tires. And then here is your battle for 3rd place here. 4 cars. Evan Jacobs, Evan Donnell, Jeremy Rutter, and Clement Lee right there. If you're watching us, it would be awesome if you would like and subscribe to the channel. Share the information on your social media channels. That's how we get the word out, both about the live stream, but also about the SCCA. So we really appreciate it whenever people do that. Great recruiting and marketing tool, this live stream. Of course, we're always looking for more volunteers to come out. We also want people to bring out their race cars, so lots of opportunities with the SCCA, even beyond road racing. We've got autocross, rallycross, time trial, time alert, time attack. Easy for me to say. Yeah, check out all that information from calclub.com if you're out here in the Southern California area, SCCA.com. if you are from other parts of the country. And there's SCCA stuff all around the country here. William Rasmussen, 17 years old, out of Huntington Beach. He has a 6,000 I rating. Okay, so I am a major iRacing guy, and I am old, and I am not very good, and I can only dream of a 6,000 I rating. So that is, let's just say, the top 1%, I believe, are above a 5,000. And then there's the aliens who are around 10,000. So William Rasmussen somewhere between the top 1% and alien. So that's pretty awesome. Thank you, Victoria, for sharing that with me. For those who are into sim racing, check out Inside the Sim Paddock show on the Racing Network. It's a regular podcast-ish type talk show talking all about sim racing. So check it out. Oops. All right, here comes our race leader, even opening up a bigger gap. Sim racing becoming an accepted, almost necessary part of becoming a race car driver or becoming a good race car driver these days. I would say probably 80% of real-world race car drivers, if not more, are also sim racing in some form or fashion, whether they're using it as a training tool or whether they're actually actively participating in online sim races. Max Verstappen's on. A lot of the F1 drivers sim race. A lot of the IMSA sports car drivers are out there sim racing. So it's also a cool way. A lot of these guys coach. And if you want to get involved and get to know some of these drivers, you can hire them as a coach, and they'll spend an hour with you on the sim rig. So pretty cool stuff. These four cars here putting on really a great show. This is Evan Jacobs, Devin Donald, Jeremy Rutter, and Clement Lee in those four cars there. I'm going to kind of focus on that battle. That's the best battle on the racetrack right now. We'll follow them 23 minutes into this race right now. And we are working on lap number 10. We are not going to get to 18 laps here, I don't believe. So wow, I wonder why. It looks like that group may have broken up a little bit. Oh, no, here they are. I must have missed them coming by. There is that group. Me yabbering along here. Those four cars basically have themselves covered. That four-car battle there for third place is very typical of what we get here in SPEC Miata. Cars are very evenly matched. But if you do get a couple cars who break the draft, they can start pulling away. So that's what we've had happen today. And those cars are kind of in uncatchable territory. So now we just get to watch the battle for third, which is continually, I won't say it's heating up. It's been heated the entire 25 minutes here. No change up front. Vance and Rasmussen still your top two. There's Rasmussen coming through in the white car, but we're kind of focusing on this four-car battle that's coming through next. Evan Jacobs, Evan Donald, Jeremy Rutter, Clement Lee. And we just got word from race control. Next time by, Tyler Vance is going to get the white flag. So we've got a lap and a half or so to go for our race leader. Take home the second race here in SPEC Miata for the weekend. Clement Lee won the first one yesterday. Lee, Evan Jacobs, and William Rasmussen on the podium today. Rasmussen trying to line up for a second podium finish here. If he hangs on for second place, he'll be one spot higher up than yesterday. Yeah, no one's going to catch Tyler Vance at this moment as he has some sort of a problem. There's Rasmussen now. Our 4 cars battling for third place. Let's see, and it looks like Jacobs pulling away just enough. These 3 cars behind him, if they don't get a little bit of cooperation, they're not going to be able to catch the third place car. So Evan Jacobs trying to drive away with this final podium position here. Maybe you can help me out, Victoria. Does William Rasmussen go by Bill, Billy, William? How does he like to be called? I love being able to poll our associate producers in the chat so I can get the 411 on our drivers here. All right, Tyler Vance taking the white flag here. He's got 2.9 miles to go to take home the #1 spot here. William Rasmussen, all he has to do is get this car around the track, and he's got second place fairly locked up. Still a little bit of question about third. Is Evan Jacobs right now in the lead, 3 cars behind him. Well, now it's 2 cars behind him because one of those cars went off, and it looks like it was Jeremy Rudder is the car that's going to come through our screen right now. He's the one that went off trying to catch Evan Jacobs. Didn't work out too well for him there. Let's see. There is Rasmussen. We're going to catch our leader here coming through. Dogleg for the final time. The next car you see will be Tyler Vance in the #1 car. Just a few corners to go, about a mile left in this race. Rasmussen comes through next. We have a short break after this race for lunch, about an hour, and then we will come back for our racing this afternoon. 4 more races this afternoon. Hope everybody comes back and joins us for that. There is Tyler Vance one final time. He's heading into Star Mazda. This is the exit of the Star Mazda turn and the opening part of the S's. Just a couple corners to go. There's Rasmussen as well. And the checkered flag will go in the air for the #1 car. That is the black car coming through for the final time. Tyler Vance takes the win here in SPEC Miata. The white car coming around second is William Rasmussen, 17 years old, out of Huntington Beach, California. He is our second place car. Tyler Vance is out of Gilbert, Arizona. Now the race for third place. Evan Jacobs will be your third place finisher, followed by Evan Donald, Clement Lee, and Jeremy Rudder. And let me give you the full field rundown here. In 7th place, Jake Johnson. In 8th place, Hendrick Webster. Marcus Chico finished 9th. Leo Liu is in 10th. Preston Lewis finishes 11th. David Mitchell 12th. Your 13th place finisher is William Sturgeon. Gabe Estrada, the junior, is in 14th. Alan Lukart, the third, finishes 15th. Nicholas Stewart, I know someone in the chat was rooting for Nicholas, and he finishes 17th. Bill Nelson, and let's see here. Bill Nelson is in 17th, followed by Lauren Lewis, and Spencer Douglas did not take a lap in this race. So that's how they're going to finish up here for SPEC Miata. Coming up after lunch, that's about an hour from now. Our next race is going to be our touring cars, really big touring car group here this weekend. along with GT3s, STL, Touring 2. No, Touring 2 is in a different group. So a couple production cars. Really good race coming up right after lunch. So stay with us, everybody. I'm Brian Belansky. We're going to take about an hour break. When we come back, more racing here from the circuit, or from the Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Of course, this is the Cal Club Sports Car Club races, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. For all your racing needs, go to porterfield-brakes.com. We'll be right back, everybody. We'll be back in about an hour. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Cow Club SCCA races presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Getting ready for our afternoon racing action here. 4 more races ahead. We've got 2 and then a short break for workers, and then we'll come back with our final 2 races of, actually 3 races, then a quick break before our last race of the afternoon. First up here is actually a really fun group. We've got touring cars and super touring cars and a production car in here. And these cars are tons of fun. Let's get right to the starting order here. Your pole sitter today, Tony Rodriguez. He is in the BMW M3. He is out of San Jose, California. Outside of row 1, Anthony Zwane. He is out of Fremont, California, also in a BMW M3. Then you've got, starting on the second row, Matt Ailes and Justin Moore, also in 2 BMWs, and they're in the touring car class as well. Now we move into row number 3, our first non-BMW. It is Jonathan Lugod in the Honda Del Sol, and next to him will be Stephen Ellis in a Toyota GR86. Row number 4, Sergio Orestes Perez, also in a GR86, and in a T3 car, your 1 T3 car in the race, it's Tommaso Sandretto in a Porsche Boxster. Moving on to row number 10, you've got the STL car of Richard James. That is a Mazda MX-5, as well as Dale Shoemaker, also an MX-5, but he is in the STU class. Row number 6, Jack McEachern in an Acura Integra. And then next to him, you've got Dave Snow in his Volkswagen Rabbit. Jack Weichmeyer is last on the grid. I don't know that he turned a lap yesterday, so he may or may not be with us today, and that is a Honda Civic if he does make it out. Anthony Zwane won yesterday's race. Your podium with him, Matt Ailes and Justin Moore. And then we've got Jack Weisheimer, who came in 4th yesterday, so we will see whether he is with us today as well. Our races today, they are, here we go. Our races today, they are 30 minutes or 18 laps, whichever comes first. These cars will probably end on the time limit here. So, yeah, that's how that goes. All right, let's move on to our green flag. We are starting here, and we are ready to go. There's our touring car field. Getting a nice, good, clean start. We have a modified split start here, so they are on their way. And we'll catch them, and then I'll come back and hopefully grab the cars here. Ooh, did that camera lock up? Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, I think, oh, well, maybe I just missed them. Anyway, let's go back and catch the green flag for the second group as they come through. Wow, one of those cars going off a little bit on the inside, kicking up some dust there as they come flying through for us here. Oh, no, I just missed them. That's the only thing that happened there. Here comes our second group here. Touring cars now coming through the dog leg, our fastest portion of the racetrack here. Now at the exit of Riverside and up the hill towards Phil Hill. Yeah, Tony Rodriguez had a good lead yesterday, and then Anthony Zwane was able to catch him. Our timing and scoring only goes through lap 10 on our screen, but if there's a driver in particular you're interested in information on, happy to share with you that information. Just drop it in the chat who you're looking for, and I will be happy to pop in and give you that information. Tony Rodriguez, your leader after lap number 1. Anthony Zwane in second. Justin Moore in third. Matt Ailes in fourth, followed by Stephen Ellis, Sergio Orestes Perez, Calvin Tam, Sharif Abu El Enain, Richard James, and Tommaso Sandretto, your top 10 after lap number 1. There is our second group coming through the S's for the first time under competition this weekend, or not this weekend, but today. Now they come on to the front straight there. Taking a look at those cars as they come through. It ends up being in 9th place, Jonathan Lugard, Richard James, then Tommaso Sandretto in 11th, and Daniel Snow in 12th. Dale Schumacher, 13th, Jack McEachern, 14th, followed by Tony Ryland, Christopher Rosales, and we actually have 2 David Snow. We had a Daniel Snow and a David Snow. I always get that mixed up. David Snow is the HP Volkswagen Rabbit there, who is pulling up the back end of the field there. You can see how quick these touring cars are compared to the second race group. The touring cars, fast laps in the 1:58, 2-minute range right in there. And then the other classes here, starting with the Honda Civic and Richard James and the STL cars, those cars are circulating in the 207, 211 range. So big speed differential there between those two race groups. There's Tony Gonzalez coming through. That is the white car right there. Then followed by Anthony Zwane, Justin Moore, and Matt Ailes. Ooh la la, Adriana is rooting for Tommaso Sandretto. Hello there, Adriana. Love the screen name, by the way. Sandra Besson-Beal back in with us here. Let's go. Let's go. No question. Let's go. Nice little battle there as they come down I-5. Here's our speed cam of the day. Get a good idea of how fast we go here. Probably the fastest portion of the racetrack right here. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah, these TC cars are absolutely moving. Oops, here we go. Almost 6 minutes into our 30-minute session here, out here at Buttonwillow. Everybody's kind of sorted themselves out now. Zwane and Rodriguez are running lap times that are pretty close to each other. Last time by, there was only a 3/10 of a second gap between the two. Rodriguez starting a 1:57.390. Anthony Zwane turning a 1:57.928. So about 2.5 tenths separate those two. Then there's a jump of back to Justin Moore, whose last lap was a 2-minute 0.7353 lap. So definitely those front two guys have it figured out here. checking out. But even though their lap times are similar, the gap is enough where Rodriguez and Zwane really aren't in each other's faces at all. Oh, my screen's not showing me a class for Jonathan Lugard. He's also in touring cars. Okay. So our first non-touring car is Richard James. We're going to pick him up here in just a minute. Give a little love to that half of the field. Now our car is starting to get around some slower traffic. Looking for a red Miata is the one we're trying to pick up next. He is our first car in STL, Richard James. Where are we at here? I don't see him, but I know he's out there. Oh, there he goes. Hold on. He is just crossing the start-finish line. He's the second car now. It's the red Miata. He is our first car in STL. And actually, Daniel Snow just moved past him in his Fiat. That's an F production Fiat. We'll catch them here. One of the cool older cars who are out here this weekend. The white car up front, that is the Fiat X19. Then the red car right behind it is Richard James, your first place car in STL. So that's how those guys are at the moment. Right behind those two cars, we've got Tommaso in that Porsche Boxster, and then Dale Shoemaker, Dale Shoemaker in his Mazda MX-5. Where am I at here? All right, so next car through, that's the Porsche Boxster of Sandretto, and then you've got Shoemaker coming through next, right there. Coming up on 11 minutes and 30 seconds into this race. Big gaps up front, so nothing really to pay too much attention to there. That's why we're Kind of keep an eye on some of these other cars here. Next cars into our frame should be Tony Ryland and Jack McEachern. Actually, there's our race leader coming through first. So now the TC cars really starting to work their way through the second pack of cars. Pete Rose just amazes you how fast the X19 is. I got to tell you, Pete, back in the day, the X19, oh, there's a car that went off there at the exit of Sunset there. Which car is that? I'm not going to be able to pick up a number here. One of the TC cars. The X19 ran an ITB at one point in time, and we had an ITB Honda CRX, and man, those things were just tormenting us, and they were really fast. I always thought they should have been ITA cars, but and maybe there's different engine configurations in the X19, but the one we had was always giving us a hard time. Not in a bad way, just a really good, well-driven car. So. Yeah. Want to take this chance to thank our presenting sponsor here, Cal Club, Sports Car Club of America, races here at Buttonwillow, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. If you need help with stuff to stop your car, whether it be brake pads or brake shoes or brake fluid or anything else, give the folks over at Porterfield a call or check them out on their website. They're extremely knowledgeable, always can give you the best advice. They have many different types of brakes and manufacturers of brakes that they have, in addition to the ones they make themselves. Tools, everything that really makes your job of helping get your car woed down, as my brethren down south would say, they can help you with it. So check them out, porterfield-brakes.com. They are SCCA racers through and through. They understand what we do out here, and they also understand a whole bunch of different applications. So whether for a street car, whether for it's a performance hot rod, whether you are autocrossing, driving on the track days, time attack, any of that kind of stuff, Porterfield Brakes can help you out. All right, let's talk about, we're at the halfway point here of this race. We'll do a full field reset here. Coming up at your leader, Tony Rodriguez. He has opened up a 4.5 second lead over Anthony Zwane. Next up, Justin Moore. He is in third place, followed by Matt Ailes in fourth. Those all are BMW M3s. Then you've got your first car. That is a Toyota G86. That's a TC car as well. That is Sergio Orestes Perez. Then we've got, actually, Stephen Ellis just got around him, also in a Toyota. Looks like Sergio Orestes Perez might be dropping down the field. Not heard anything about anyone going to help him out anywhere, so just made a mistake. But nope, another car gets past him, and that is Calvin Tam. So last lap, Sergio Perez was in fifth. Now he's dropped down to eighth, so I don't know if he's pulled off anywhere. But whatever the case may be, it's now Matt Ailes, Stephen Ellis, Jonathan Lugod, Calvin Tam, and at the moment, Sergio Orestes Perez has cycled into eighth place, followed by Sharif Abu El Anine, who is in ninth. And actually, when he crossed the line into eighth, Perez kept dropping down. So that car looks like it's not running at the moment. I don't know what the situation is with that. Let me see if there's any notes here for me. Stand by. Well, I may have to check on that in the break here. Heading back through more of the order here. Richard James, Daniel Snow is in 9th, Richard James 10th, Tommaso Sandretto is in 11th, Dale Shoemaker 12th, Tony Ryland 5th, Jack McEachern 14th, Dale Shoemaker 12th, Tony Ryland 13th, Jack McEachern 14th, Christopher Rosales in 15th, Perez has dropped down to 16th at the moment, and David Snow is in 17th. But he will move up the ladder if Perez is no longer on the racetrack, like I suspect that he is. Not, anyway. Lots of different ways to come play with the SCCA. You can come out and join us at the racetrack here as a volunteer. You can also, we do a track event at most weekends where you can bring your streetcar out here and get it out on the racetrack in kind of a controlled, limited manner. And I'll give you an opportunity to kind of see whether you like being out here and like being on the racetrack with your cars. Good opportunity to kind of learn what we do and see if maybe it's something you want to get a little deeper involved with. So you can check us out there. But we also have autocross, road rally, rallycross. I'm sure I'm forgetting time attack. Bunch of stuff going on within the club. You can volunteer here as a worker. You can be one of our corner workers. And then we've got a bunch of other specialty starters, technical inspectors, sound engineers, race control. If you want to be the boss, we can help you out and get a part of that too. So lots of cool things going on. Check it out. You can find out all that information by going to calclub.com if you live in Southern California. And if you're not in Southern California, go to scca.com. There's a way to find a race region near you to get involved with. That's all fun stuff as well. We all love it. Why don't you come out here and join us? We would love to have you out here at the racetrack. Of course, we're at the lovely Buttonwillow Raceway Park this weekend in Kern County. Kern County is just the county just north of Los Angeles on the other side of the Grapevine. A little toasty yesterday. We're up around 93 degrees. Right now, 84 degrees with our forecast high of 88 degrees. So a much nicer day today than yesterday. You know, cars don't love high temperatures. Tires don't love high temperatures. Engines don't love high temperatures. They don't run as well when it's hot out. So any little bit of relief we can get makes for a more fun experience for all of us. And the cars get a little more racy, and we love that. So there's your race leader right there coming by. It's Mr. Rodriguez. Oh, I see a car out there, I think, in the distance. That might be the car we were talking about earlier, that Sergio Orestes Perez car. If you see out there right there, that's actually pulled off driver's right at the exit of A section. So there's Daniel Snow in that Fiat X19. It says orange. Oh, orange is where he's from, Orange, California. Ha! I thought that was the color of the car. I'm like, that car didn't look orange to me. Oh my gosh, what's going on, people? What is going on? There is your race leader. Come on up on 9 minutes to go in this race. 10 laps in. We are not going to get to 18 laps. All right, coming across the line that time by 4 seconds, the gap between our first place car, which is Tony Rodriguez, and our second place car, Anthony Zwane. Both of those cars are of the BMW M3 Persuasion. Rodriguez out of San Jose, California. Zwane from Fremont. Fremont, I believe, is also up towards the Bay Area. I kind of pride myself at being good with the geography. Yep. Still a little south of San Francisco. 7 minutes to go. No real changes in the order since for the last 3 or 4 laps. That's one of our faster cars trying to come through the field there. Tony Rodriguez, your leader. Anthony Zwane, second. Then you've got Justin Moore, Matt Ailes, Jonathan Lugod, Stephen Ellis, Calvin Tam, Daniel Snow in 8th, Richard James 9th, Sharif Abu El-9 is in 10th. Then if you go back a little deeper into the field, from 11th on back, you've got Tommaso Sandretto, Dale Shoemaker, Tony Ryland, Jack McEachern, Christopher Rosales, David Snow, and Sergio Orestes Perez, who was fast early on. He is not running on the racetrack at this moment. I'm pretty certain that he is in the car that we see right there next to the flag station there, the white car out there. I'm pretty certain that is the Perez car. So there's the Fiat of Snow coming through. Kind of circling through here, folks, looking for some good battles. Here is one. I'm not completely sure who this is, but, if we follow one long enough, when they cross the front straight, I'll know exactly who it is. That may be the closest battle on the racetrack at the moment. Yep, there's that battle again here. We'll wait till they cross the start-finish line, and then we'll know who we're watching. Sometimes that is when you got a bunch of black cars, bunch of white cars, they all kind of start looking the same here. Here they come across the line, and I might have missed them as they collect. I think that might be... I think that's Jack McEachern and Christopher Rosales. They're only like a half a second apart on the timing scoring grid. We've got another group of cars here. That would make this likely... I don't know who that is. Anyway, coming up on 4 laps to go, just waiting for the word from race control that we've got 1 to go here. pass for the position there. Actually, it's a different classes, but that is Shoemaker and McEachern that just came by. Should come into our view here in just a second. So let's pick up our second and third place cars here coming into our view here. There they are. They're actually pretty close. That's a pretty decent battle right there. It looks like. Zwane and Moore. Actually, that's a slower TC car, it looks like. All right, we're hearing next time by. 1 lap to go. We'll keep an eye on it. There is our leader, Tony Rodriguez, coming through our shot right there. He's got about 2 laps to go here. Lap and 3/4. Red, white, and blue American flag liveried car. Right there. Very cool livery. All right, white flag is in the air for our leader, Tony Rodriguez. Coming into our view right now, we will follow him around for his final lap. Right behind him, 1.8 seconds, only the gap between first and second place right now, which is getting a little tighter as we talk. Surprisingly tight. Here comes those 2 cars. Wow, is Wayne possibly catching? Yeah, he's running laps. Now, that last lap wasn't as fast, but I think what happens is Rodriguez saw him coming. He's like, maybe I should drive a little faster now. Or he's got someone in his ear, one of his crew members, going, maybe you should drive a little faster now. Matt Ailes just jumped up to 3rd place right now. So good for him. He is on a podium at the moment. Here he comes right there. Rodriguez and Zwane all in the picture at the same time. Zwane trying to add a little drama to our discussion here. Will there be any mistakes by that number 39 car? Will he see that big 32 car looming large in his mirrors? Will that put the pressure on? So far, Rodriguez hasn't succumbed to that pressure. Zwane right there, though, not letting up. Zwane, yesterday's race winner, coming in second now. Rodriguez yesterday finished in 6th. They'll be coming around this final time. Checkered flag will go in the air from the start stand to your race winner. On Sunday, the race winner in touring car is Tony Rodriguez. Anthony Zwane will finish 2nd today. Matt Ailes will come home in, well, it looks like he'll come home in 3rd. Just waiting for him to cross the line. Matt Ailes was our 2nd place finisher yesterday. He is going to see if he can come home. Still waiting. Big lead for our front two cars. Still waiting for our second place car to cross the line. There's David Snow coming, or Daniel Snow coming around. Well, maybe Matt Ailes just finishes a full lap down. All right, that's how they finish right now. Tony Rodriguez in first, Anthony Swain second, Matt Ailes in third. Then you got Jonathan Lugard, Stephen Ellis, and Calvin Tam. Your F production winners, Daniel Snow, followed by Justin Moore, Richard James in the STL class winner. Tommaso Sandretto will win T3 today. And then from there, we've got Sharif Abu Ella9. Dale Shoemaker wins STU. Tony Ryland in second in STU. Christopher Rosales 14th. Jack McEachern in 15th. David Snow, David Snow, will be your H production class winner in his H production Volkswagen Beetle. All right, that's going to do it for race number 3 actually. Our fourth race of the weekend, or second race of the afternoon, is up next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We've got race 4, group number 4, getting ready to go off. And we are here getting ready for what is a smaller subscribed race field this weekend. We have a very limited number of the open wheel and prototype cars this weekend. Not sure why that is the case, but, we are a club. So if you show up and you pay the entry fee, you get to go racing. And but I brought some friends up with me today so that you don't have to listen to me just blather on for the next 30 minutes. And I am really happy to have Brian Schubert here with me, who is going to race in a couple of hour or so here in Spec Racer 4. How are you, sir?
I'm doing excellent.
Oh, wait, I hit the wrong button. Hold on. Oh, there's a button on your microphone.
Helps to find the button.
There you go.
There we go.
I'm like,
Ryan, I'm excited to be here.
Yeah.
It's nice that we've tripled our broadcasting booth numbers and one broadcaster per car.
That's right. So we're going to keep an eye on the racing, and we'll give you a little bit of updates here and there as we get through today. Oh, there they are. We'll get them coming into the SS here as they're still on their pace lap. Spec Racer Ford, a nice field this weekend. You were in 4th in qualifying. You finished 4th yesterday, right?
I started 3rd, finished 4th.
That's what it was.
We got congested in a turn 1. The outside lane moves pretty quickly here because you have that kink and then that right-hand corner going into the off-ramp, and then that outside lane can really move and kind of shuffle that inside lane. And, I got past, got freight train, but that's kind of how Buttonwillow is. You have to really defend aggressively.
So you've just made my point, as I always show people. My toolbox has a drawer for excuses and victory speeches. So you open drawer number 2 to tell me about the congestion in lane number 1 in the first row here. So green flag is in the air for our 3-car field here as they come across the line here. And I'm not quite sure why my screen hasn't popped up here. There are not 10 cars in this race. We will get that figured out here in just a second. But, it's a beautiful day out here. Cooler today. You should be happy about that, right?
Oh, I love it. 83 degrees on my watch, and that's perfect temperature. It's a little windy. The track is still dusty from yesterday, but honestly, can't complain. Friday was over 85 degrees. I want to say 97 degrees or something along those lines. And that's when it starts to get hot and starts to become difficult to drive because those rear tires just have no grip.
3 cars in this race this afternoon. First 2 cars, FE2 cars. They are Paul Marino and Tom Hope. 2 guys you know.
Very well. I mean, I was giving the excuse generator earlier, and that was Paul Marino that went up by me on the outside.
That's right. So FE2 and Spec Racer Ford, kind of brethren.
Yes.
Both coming out of SCCA Enterprises, both spec cars. It's Spec Racer Ford, kind of the entry drug into that world, and then FE2. If it ain't fast enough for you, and you want a little more adventure, you pop up into the FE2 classes. And both usually, often supported by a CSR type prep shop, and that's basically what a lot of these guys do, right?
Exactly. I mean, that's the easy, obtainable way to not only get into motorsports, but these 2 classes. These cars are funky. They're very difficult to run. If you're coming in from a different class, maybe like a tuner class we just watched TC run, those you have a lot of agency to make any changes you want. You don't have to follow a rule book as much, but Spec Racer Ford, FE2, you have Enterprise as your governing body, but then also these cars are just odd. Particularly a Spec Racer Ford. There's just a lot of things that you do to get it off, get it rolling.
Right.
Something that a lot of people don't realize is these cars warm up for about 20 minutes before a start of a race. If you're coming from like a Formula Ford like my dad, he just would get out there and send it, but that would blow a motor instantly in a Spec Racer Ford. So having a professional service your cars is always, the best solution you can do, because again, these cars are so weird, and you don't want to spend your race weekend tinkering and having to deal with all these little nuances.
Right. And some people own their car and let a prep shop do it for them, do the work for them. Other people, they don't have a place to keep the car, don't want to worry about keeping a car, and they just write a check and rent them.
Yep.
Different ways to play the same game, right?
Exactly. I own my car, but it lives here in Bakersfield or Buttonwillow. And, it lives with all of its sister cars, and it's a perfect thing because I can't fit it in my garage. I have a tiny apartment, and that I think my neighbors would be very angry if I started that car as I was working on the engine. I don't think they'd like me very much. I think I'd get evicted.
perfect opportunity to bring in Larry from Fastlane Racing School here with us this weekend. Another way to come and play at the racetrack is to go through the school system, and you guys are based out here at Buttonwillow. How are things out at Fastlane these days?
Well, thanks, Brian. Yeah, Larry Mason here, Fastlane Racing School, raceschool.com, and we've been really, really busy this year. In fact, I just had a student sign off. I signed him off for his SCCA license this week. I told him, now he was from Pittsburgh, and so I said, if you want to extend your trip, you can literally race this weekend. And, one of the guys in the race right now, Tom Hope, he's running second, although he was on pole. He actually has an FE2 for rent, so he could have rented that. I also talked to MBI, and they had a spec racer Ford for rent. And so, yeah, you can literally get your racing license with us the same week you want to do your first race weekend. So that's really cool. That's what we do here. We've been spending, honestly, a lot of our time on the new track, the circuit. We've spent most of the past year there, although we were here on this past Monday on the classic track and just having a lot of fun. We love to see the progress of our students in that school.
So you said something interesting. Your student was from Pittsburgh.
Yes.
As in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, yes, sir.
So I've been around the block a few times, and I'm from other parts of the country. There's a lot of racing schools a lot closer to Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Why would they come here?
Well, we have a very good reputation. Honestly, if you look at some of the reviews we get, they're very, very positive reviews. And a lot of people, I get myself and Matt Treglia, who you've had on the podcast before, we get people that have been to different schools, like the Porsche driving experience and all these different schools that they've already been to, whether it's been recent or in the past. And when they come to us, they say, wow, we're exclusive one-on-one coaching, which they don't get in most other schools. If they want that, they're going to have to pay an exorbitant amount of fee per day to have a private instructor. So they like that, the amount of track time that we give them, and the individualized attention that we give them. As soon as they get off the track, we're downloading data, and we're looking at things, and we're talking about it and debriefing, and then we just get back out and do it again. And we, other than taking a break for lunch, that's pretty much the day. We're just, all day long, we're just working to improve them. And it's great to see the progress at the end of the day, or in this case, at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, it is. And you start talking with your students before they even show up at the racetrack. Your school starts ahead of time, which is very uncommon as well.
Yeah, typically if somebody calls in, they've seen an ad or whatever, and they call in, and I'll answer the phone, or they'll schedule the best way, honestly, is to schedule a phone consultation with us. And if I answer the phone, or Matt, our other instructor, answers the phone, then we talk to them. We ask them, well, what are your goals? What do you want to do? And we have such a wide variety of people coming through, because we don't just do the 3-day SCCA full competition license course. We do a DDA, which is Defensive Driving Academy. So we have teenage drivers or anybody who wants to come out and be better with their street car. We have high performance programs, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 days. For instance, a couple months ago, I had a guy do a 3-day high performance program, which is a little bit unusual. We spent the first 2 days in our FRS race cars, which are essentially the same cars they had at the Grand Prix of Long Beach for the Pro Celebrity Race. And I'm just looking at the monitor here. We're looking at traffic. They're into lap traffic now, so I think that's going to hurt Tom Hope as he comes across Phil Hill there. And he was already losing a little bit of ground to Paul Marino. But he spent the first 2 days in our FRS, and on the third day, he came back down with his Ferrari 296.
Nice.
And so he spent the third day. And,
That's a flex.
Yeah, what a drag, huh? I mean, so being a part of the school, do you want to drive this? Yes.
Yes.
So just a wonderful automobile. But, he really did a great job because he took the time in the FRS. Everything we teach him there applies, even though you're talking about 819 horsepower versus 230 or something, but still. What we taught him and understanding the basics, the fundamentals, learning the proper line, braking zones, turning point, apex, trackouts. Did I early apex? Did I late apex? What have you? And I always tell my students too, I'm happy to coach you. I love spending time with you, but my goal is to get you to self-coach as well.
Right.
Because I can't always be in the car with you when you're out on the racetrack. Now, if you want to pay me to travel and go, I'll be happy to do it. But that's typically not what happens. So I like to get them to self-coach, understand if they made a mistake, well, what was it that they did wrong behind the wheel, so they can self-correct and go on and always improve. And like I say, we're happy to have people come on back and do more with us. So he had no interest in getting an SCCA racing license until he finished the third day. And then he's, I think I may come back. So I said, we're happy to have you.
Nice. We're following Mike Bachman here. This is a really cool older race car. This is the, what do they call it?
Fox Durbury in a
Durbury.
P2 class.
Yesterday I went through and I Googled it during the race and found out a bunch of information. It dates back to the middle 1970s. At one point in time, it had a motorcycle motor with a Volkswagen transmission in it. I don't know what this iteration of it is. A lot of times as these cars get older, those motors and stuff aren't available, so they find something else to be able to get it out on the racetrack. This has been a fun car to watch this weekend, and I wanted to give him a little bit of love. The two fast cars tripping around here are Paul Marino and Tom Hope in the FE2 cars, which we were talking about earlier, and I will find them here somehow. I'm going to guess.
They should be coming right down the front straightaway, and about a second, just over a second gap between Paul and Tom.
So here they are, just on the front straight now as they come down here. Paul is the car in front. Paul is a darn good race car driver, isn't he, Brian?
He's extremely good. I think what makes him so good is he's cunning and intelligent. He is thinking 3 or 4 corners ahead. He knows where he's strong. He knows where he's weak, and he is always ready to defend early and put that driver who's trying to make that overtake into an awkward position where they have to make that decision. Do I commit or do I back out? And yesterday, racing behind him for every single lap, he put me in positions that I had to, think, am I comfortable being here? Am I capable of making this pass? What happens, 4 or 5 car lengths down the road? Where will we both be? Where will the cars behind us be? And I think one of the things that separates Paul from a lot of drivers is his ability to understand not only lap traffic, but the traffic that's behind him, maybe 3 or 4 spots down. Because if you start to battle, everybody starts to slow down, and all of a sudden, now that 2-car battle becomes 5, and that's when things start to get scary.
We remember the 900 numbers with like a party line back in the day. We've kind of turned this into a party line here this weekend. I've got Gabe Estrada, who just walked into the booth.
Hey, how you guys doing?
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, fantastic.
So Gabe, I saw a new logo on the side of your car this weekend. Tell me a little bit about those folks.
Yeah, Brian, Proud American Beverages is supporting me this weekend. It's been a great fit. Hydration is a big deal for me. I deal with heat exhaustion, so staying properly hydrated is critical for performance and safety, especially in a hot cockpit. I've been using their water and energy drinks, and what stood out right away is how clean everything tastes and how it actually sits well during long race days. What I also respect is what they stand for is just a sense of pride, unity, and recognizing the people who put in the work every single day, whether that's on the job or in their communities. That mindset is really just lines up with me in racing. So it's been a natural fit having them on the car this weekend.
Nice. I'm glad that you were able to step up here and tell us a little bit about it. I see these same cars every weekend, and when I see a new logo on a car that I don't recognize, I like to be able to bring people up. And what am I looking at?
Slowing.
Oh, we got a slow car on the back stretch here. Oh, yeah. That's Mike Bachman. That car a couple times has seemed to slow down and then come back up to speed this weekend, but this one looks like it might be a little slower than normal here. And here comes the fast cars flying past them. That is never a good feeling when you've got a slowing car and you hope that the cars behind you know that you're off song a little bit. So anyway, Gabe, thanks for coming up and sharing that with you and all of that. So
yeah, not a problem. Thank you for having me, Brian.
Cool. What you've seen that happen before. I'm sure both of you have, where all of a sudden the car that's been good all weekend and is all of a sudden now slow and maybe unexpected. You got to be on your toes every race, even when there's only 3 cars on the racetrack.
I mean, that's just motorsports, Brian. Yeah. I mean, things happen that are out of your control. And, I think a lot of people try to control everything. And in motorsports, you just have to accept. I always joke that sometimes I'm just the passenger in my own car. And I think that's a really good way of kind of expressing what it's like to drive, because sure, I'm in control, I'm on the throttle, I'm on the brake, I'm shifting up, I'm shifting down, but if I'm turning too much or being too aggressive with the wheel or the throttle, all of a sudden the car is going to start to do things that I don't want it to do. So it's really driving within the limits of that car.
I tell people I have a plan for every single race, and then the green flag falls.
True.
And it never turns out the way you think it's going to. So, and that's why we do it. If it was predictable and easy, we wouldn't do it, right?
Exactly.
So
I want to go back to something that we were talking about earlier with Fastlane. You were talking about self-coaching. I think that's the most important skill that an instructor can provide to their student, because as you're saying, when you're in the car, the only person there is you. And even if there's somebody riding right seat, where you're lucky enough to have a right seat in your car, you still are at the helm. You're still the one driving, and they might be able to kind of point you in the right direction, show you where the apex would be, where your braking zone is. But it's really about being able to self-analyze. Was I too deep with the brakes? Was I too early? Did I turn in too aggressively? Like, that skill set is the most important thing you can have. I don't even say just motorsports. In life, it doesn't matter what you're doing. So as long as you can self-coach, that's the most important key in motorsports. And one more question. If somebody wanted to get into Fastlane, let's say like my fiance who's been, doing some K1 speed, or somebody else who's been doing some like karting along the ways, how would they find you, and then how would they start joining the program and then hopefully get their SCCA license?
Well, thanks, Brian. Really, the best way is raceschool.com, www.raceschool.com, one word. And there's a lot of information there. We do everything from go-karting to the race cars. And speaking of race cars, we have the FRS, which is kind of our bread and butter school car. But we also have available SPEC Corvette, Radical, and F4. So we run the gamut. We even have 3 Indy Lights cars. So, I mean, we can, if you want to get in something fast. Now, we're not just going to take anybody off the street and put them into an Indy Lights car. No, they'd have to go through a little process first. However, what you were talking about, the self-coach, it really is a process. And I tell people, I said, trust the process. I don't care how fast you are in the beginning. We obviously want you to progress, but somebody could come in that's already very well versed in racing, and we'll coach them too. For instance, next week, and I've got an IndyCar guy that I'm going to be coaching. Okay, so I've coached no matter, kind of runs the full gamut there. But yeah, just go to raceschool.com, look at the different programs we offer. Like I say, the DDA, the HP or high performance, and then the actual racing school. Now, if, for instance, for her, she has no real racing experience, it's a 5-day program. So it's a 2-day novice program, which is the prerequisite for doing the 3-day full competition license program. And FYI, we don't pass everybody either. We have a very strong reputation in the industry. We've been in business for over 40 years. We were actually the very first ever school to be accredited by SCCA to recommend for a license. We are the official school of Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We are the official school of SCCA Cal Club Region. And so my bottom line is, I need to feel comfortable with you on the track with me at the same time. Otherwise, we don't pass you. And there's also a written test involved, flag tests, and so on and so forth. So it's not easy. And people don't understand, and I'm sure you'll attest to this, the mental demand of this is quite difficult. And people coming in, you watch racing on TV, they don't think anything about it. And all of a sudden at 2 p.m, they're kind of wiped, because if they're on track over and over and over again, it's mentally quite demanding.
Real quick, Paul Marino is our race leader right now. Tom Hope still sticking in there, hanging in there, hoping to maybe be able to take advantage of a little mistake just a few seconds back. And then we've got Mike Bachman in his P2 car continuing to do his thing, although he hasn't clicked the lap off here, so I think he might be in the pits and done for the day. He may have already gone back to his paddock there. So, but it was fun to see that car out there. One of the things you mentioned, Larry, which I think is so critical these days with, as a young driver, and if you're a parent, the idea of sending your kid to a driver safety awareness school, I think is probably the best gift you can give your child, and has nothing to do with driving fast. It has everything to do with being able to get back and forth to school in one piece, make good decisions. And do you are those schools filled up here? Are parents taking advantage of that?
Absolutely not, which is a shame. Now, it used to be that we ran a number of students through. We'd have a dozen or 2 dozen students and 4, 5, 6 instructors. But now that we're at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, it's an exclusive one-on-one coaching. So the issue with that is it is very expensive. It's not cheap. You bring your own car, and it's $19.95. I don't mean $20. Okay,
Right.
so it's about a couple grand for the day. But if you want to give your son or daughter the absolute best individualized instruction, it's hard to beat what we do. Now, we can do everything in those schools. I mean, everything from teaching them how to drive a stick shift car and then parallel park or whatever, okay? But we really focus on the basics, the fundamentals. And honestly, as Brian will tell you, the car is just a tool. It's how well you use it, okay? It's just like if I gave each of you a pen and a piece of paper, and I asked you to draw something. Some may look like great artwork, and other may look like chicken scratch. It's still the same tool. It's how well you use it. And so we just get them, I like to say, feeling comfortable with being in an uncomfortable situation.
Right. One of the other things that you mentioned the accreditation, and I know for a fact that if you are kicking out students and SCCA starts getting information from their stewards that these kids, these new drivers don't know what they're doing, they're going to ask, well, where do they get their license from? And when they hear it's from XYZ school, they're going to go back to XYZ school and either tell them to get the crap together, or they're going to yank their accreditation. And that's why it's so important for you to make sure that these students are ready before you sign off on them. So,
absolutely. And to that point, my student, like from last week, he doesn't have to be the fastest guy of all time. Like each time, you don't have to beat the last student's lap time or something. Just like you saw, so Mike Bachman, who was out there, his car isn't as fast as the two lead cars, so he can still be safe. You got to have that spatial awareness and know what's going on. And so we've had some really fast people. And the guy that I just had this week was really, really good. You know, I got to tell you, in fact, he was the best one I've ever had in the driving school as far as we do a race simulation. We do practice race starts and all. His race simulation, every single lap was within less than 0.6 of a second.
wow.
That was phenomenal. I mean, that was really good. It's like, whoa. So the student has become the master, so to speak. He did a really good job. And you also mentioned, Brian, about the young kids. Just so you know, we can start the kids 13 years old in the race school. They have to be 14 if they want to get a license. And we've had some guys come out of karting that are really, really good.
Absolutely. So the last thing I want to, and we talk about self-coaching. Self-coaching is interesting because we have tools today. You, young Brian, young Skywalker, have tools today that we didn't have. You have telemetry. I didn't have telemetry. You have video. I didn't even have video. When I started, a video camera was the size of a boombox. You weren't strapping that into your car, even if you were driving, a big car. So you have tools to help you self-coach that we never had before. But the one thing I've learned about self-coaching, even with these tools, is, first of all, we don't always know what we're looking at.
True.
And we don't want to believe that we're not doing it right. And that's just a natural thing. You think you're doing it right. You've done it the same way the whole time. I love it when a 25-year veteran goes back to a driver's school or gets a coach. And all of a sudden, this guy comes to the racetrack, and I've seen it because we got a lot of older gentlemen, veteran drivers and gals who've been doing this for a long time, and they're mired in 10th. They're mired in 12th. They're running in the back of the field. There's nothing wrong with their car. And it turns out we have checkered flagged this race. Very good. Race winner, Tom Marino. I think what happened is they all came in and decided they've got to halfway and they're done with the race. I think maybe Paul and Tom had an agreement to get to halfway and then come in. But we'll wrap this up real quick. But the really cool part is that even though you have the tools and you want to self-coach, and that's great, take advantage of some of these opportunities because when someone else tells you you're not doing it right, then you maybe start to believe it or understand it. And I think that's really important.
And to that point, I think like all the telemetry, all the data that you have is meaningless when you're actually driving, because you can't see it. And this weekend, it's extremely hot. The wind is picking up. It's dusty. Oil is starting to seep through the track. And your data can tell you retrospectively what you should have done, but you have to be able to think about what you're doing in real time. Star Mazda, the off-ramp, those corners degrade faster here than other corners. So you're getting more wheel hop, you're getting wheel spin, you're going to have to adjust your line, you're going to have to change things. Those are all real-time coaching feedbacks you have to give yourself every single lap because those corners are changing. And again, you can go back retrospectively, look at the data, look at your video, but schools like Fastlane will provide you the opportunity and the tools to be able to at least be able to understand what you're doing in real time.
Guys, thank you for coming up and helping me out, and so it didn't have to be just me going on and on and on. And I love the fact that we still let these guys race, even though there's only a couple cars on the racetrack. The whole idea of what we do is really to go out and have fun.
Yep.
And while we would love to always do it with 25 or 30 or 40 cars on the racetrack, we just like driving cars.
It's fun.
And so to not push these cars away or to scoop them, I just love the fact that we do it. But when you have to fill time by yourselves talking about 3 cars, it's nice to have some friends come up and join you. So thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just one last thing on this. You talked about the self-coaching and all of that, and you talked about learning. I'm sure you're the same way. You've been driving for years. Every single time we get on the track, we learn something. We're always learning. That's my saying, ABL, always be learning, right? Because even as a veteran driver, we can always learn something. The best drivers in the world have never driven the perfect lap, right? So thanks, Brian, for having us up here. Appreciate it. And Tom and Paul, great race. Tom really got close at a point, but then he dropped back off a wee bit. So they each got a race win this weekend. So that's all good, right?
Absolutely. All right, that's going to do it. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for our 2 more races to go today. Next one comes off in about 15 minutes. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, more racing from Buttonwillow. Stay with us. All right, we're back here live at Buttonwillow, getting ready for our second to last race of the day. This is our GT1, GT2, our SPEC Corvettes, Touring 2 cars as well. And we will talk about our starting lineup here. We got some weirdness going on with how we're going to start this race, but let's go through the easy part first. Your pole sitter is going to be Ross Murray in a GT1 Ford Mustang. Ross out of Marina Del Rey, California. Then we got Ben Valentine in yesterday's race-winning car. That is a Dodge Challenger. He is out of Fullerton, California. John Stott will start third. We don't know where he will finish yet. That would be presumptuous of me. Mose Cowper is going to start in fourth place on this race, followed by Mike Henderson, Christopher Qualls. That'll be row number 3. Robert Kelly and Richard Wright will take up row number 4. Sharif Abu Elanine will be on the 9th starting spot with Calvin Tam and Joshua Pitt. I'm not sure if he will make it out because he got into a little schmozzle yesterday, and we'll see what's up with that car. Now we've got our SPEC Corvettes, and this is where the weirdness happens. I think they're starting in inverse order, which means the slowest car will start first. And I'm not quite sure how my starting lineup grid was actually put together. I think this looks right, where the slowest car is first here. So anyway, I think it's going to be Patrick Howe and Luis Martinez in the front. Then we've got Michael Chaney and Greg Nestor on row 2. And David Holmes and Jim Tway, not the golfer, the race car driver, in row number 3. And then finally Josh Carroll, who is our fastest car, I believe is going to take up the rear. And that will be entertaining, if nothing else, to see these cars battle it out. I love these SPEC Corvettes. They're just a really fun class, a good entry-level class. If you want to have a somewhat affordable level of racing, I never say cheap because there is no such thing as cheap in motorsports. And the cheap in motorsports is when you leave the car in the garage, you don't come to the racetrack. So, but anyway, we're going to have a good time with this one here. Larry is back with me for this race, and he will hopefully lend some expertise, which I have no doubt. Oh, they're way out there now. There they are, coming through Riverside up towards Phil Hill. My favorite part of this racetrack, I'll be honest with you. So maybe you can answer a question for me. At the top of Phil Hill, right where they start to turn to the left, to the right, there was a set of skid marks going right off the end of the racetrack. Do you know who did that? It's funny because if you look at the grass on the other side, I can see the trail.
Oh, gee.
They went way deep. So whatever, they had a bunch of speed when they left the racetrack. Probably, and you could see when they left the racetrack, there's about 20 feet where there's no skid marks, which means they got airborne before they landed.
Yeah, so the challenge of Phil Hill, which is actually very similar to Cotton Corners.
Right.
It's a blind uphill,
Yep.
and the apex is at the peak of the hill, except Cotton Corners is a second gear corner and Phil Hill is a fourth gear corner.
Right.
And yeah, I've come across that backwards in Spec Racer Ford at the beginning of a race and watched, 20 cars go by me as I'm rolling down the hill backwards.
Sure.
And we're going to get a green flag here momentarily.
Yep, here they come. And the green flag is in the air. We are racing here. All of our cars coming into our living room here. This is our first group of cars. So this is our GT1 cars, GT2 cars, an A sedan car in there. Here comes the second group. Here's those Corvettes now. They're going to get their green flag and head down towards our first corner. And we're always looking for the telltale signs of dust, because dust tells us whether or not there's been any issues. And we will pick them up. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Here they come through turn 1. Well, corner 1.
Yeah.
I think we call this turn 16. I never call them by their turn numbers for that reason.
Well, we usually call it Sunrise because it's on the east side. And I'll tell you, what, 3 wide into there with the Spec Corvettes, but they all made it through. And we do have 3 cars behind that group of Spec Corvettes, 2 factory Honda, it looks like Integras or something that they're running, and also another Porsche as well.
Yeah. There's a little traffic going on there. Yeah, because there's a couple of other cars. These are classed as T2 cars this weekend, and the Corvette, the Boxster is also a T2 car, so that's why. That's
Okay.
Yep.
Now, if you look at the lead, I think we may have had a change for the lead in overall. Going into Riverside, it looks like Ross Murray got beat.
Yeah.
by
absolutely correct.
Ben Valentine. So that was kind of a surprise, but there's a lot of power in that GT2 car.
Yeah, oh yeah, that Challenger is really well put together, and one of our people in the chat, Pete Rose, knows that car and knows Ben Valentine really well. He's been keeping me up to date all weekend about the effort in that car. So here they come onto the front straight here for the first time on lap number 1, and Ben Valentine, as you see, as they come on a turn turn on a Sunset. Valentine's your new leader here. Ross Murray will drop down into second place. And then you've got John Stott, Mose Cowper, Mike Henderson, waiting on Chris Qualls to come across the line here. There we go. So all these cars flying through here.
Yeah, that's quite a gap he's pulled out. I don't know if he missed a shift or he had a problem or something with the car, but I mean, to qualify on pole and then to get beat that bad on the first lap, going to the second lap, it's quite amazing.
Yeah, and you told me, though, this car hasn't been on the racetrack in a long time, so maybe there's some bugs that they didn't realize, and they're just kind of trying to figure it out a little bit. So, and the Valentine car has been out here for the last year and a half or so, and it is well sorted.
Yeah, they're beautiful race cars, really fun to watch, super fast. I got to tell you, Mose Cowper is doing a really good job hanging in there, 4th overall right now in his GTX Porsche.
Right there coming through. It's just him coming. This is my favorite camera shot of the weekend here, the speed shot on the dog leg.
Yeah, coming out of Riverside into the dog. I tell you what, at speed, that is pretty hairy.
Yeah.
There is a bump right at the apex. You want to actually avoid that. You kind of almost want to miss the apex a little bit because that bump is so severe, that little dip in there. However, you know, you got to get back over to the driver's left side of the track to be prepped for getting over Phil Hill.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot of tire marks that go off the track here.
Yeah.
But I thought you were going to say it was you that had gone. I thought those were going to be your tire tracks.
No, I saw them this morning. I didn't get a chance. I didn't pay attention yesterday, but and then I got to see what's on the other side, and I stopped and got out for just a second to take a look, and I was like, wow, that whoever that was went for a heck of a ride. So there you see Valentine there coming across, and look at the gap. He has already opened up over Ross Murray. Yeah, that car must be a little off song is my guess, because a GT1 car, if nothing else, should be able to keep up with that GT2 car. But the gap here opened up after 2 laps is, stand by, it is already 5.2 seconds. So, and I know Ross Murray, he's not a bad race car driver.
No,
so,
he can get the job done.
Yeah, no question.
And certainly GT1 versus GT2, that's
Right.
hands down, shouldn't be an issue. So
Right.
something going on with that race car. We just don't know what it is.
So, let's see, where am I at? You can just see as they come through the dog leg here that just a big speed differential between those 2 cars. So, and honestly, John Stott in the GT2 car is catching Ross Murray as well. So, yeah. But I bet you he is having fun because he's driving a race car. That's the best part about all of this. And the good part for him is there's no other GT1 cars in this race. So, you know, he's basically got a little bit of a race on his own. So, once we get, we'll follow around Ben until he gets to the front straight, and then we're going to sit here till the Corvettes catch up, and we'll see. They often put on one of the best shows of the weekend because all those cars are pretty well identical. Because they are a spec Corvette kind of series here. And actually, John Stott just drove around Ross Murray, and it looks like Mose Cowper's about to drive around him as well. So I would not be surprised if that car ends up on pit lane here. Maybe it's off a cylinder or something like that, but it's definitely, yeah, Mose is about to get around Murray right now. It's not a good spot here, but my guess is going down the main straight, he'll finish this pass off, and that will be the moving down into 4th place here for Ross Murray. Yep, he's now moved down to 4th here. You'll see that in just a second. And I see a car coming down pit lane, I believe.
That should be him.
Yeah, that should be Yeah, definitely. Now there's more cars going back. So that's Ross Mary right at the entrance of pit lane, and he is actually pulling into the paddock. So his day is going to be done here. One of the rules in the SCCA is once you go behind the wall, you cannot come back. So maybe if he was just trying to figure out a little sorting out of that car. There is our Corvettes. We'll start following them a little bit here.
Yeah, and just as an update, so yeah, Ross Murray is sitting at Tech at impound there, so his day is done. Unfortunate, the interesting thing about these cars, they go so fast, you can complete half a race distance pretty quick, but he just wasn't able to get it done. So unfortunately, that's a DNF for him.
Yeah, and if he's not really competing for any championship, better to be smart and figure out what's wrong with it rather than do something bad to damage the car. So here comes all those Corvettes going around. Who did they go around? That was the...
They should be heading towards Riverside soon.
Walls, yep.
And looks like somebody else is off song a little bit too. That's the Porsche. I believe that's the second place GTX car. Should be Richard Wright, I believe. And he looked a little off song heading into down the back straightaway into Riverside.
We'll see them coming out of Riverside now. There's all the Corvettes, and then you've got that Porsche that you were just talking about right in front of that A sedan Mustang of Chris Qualls. So, yeah, that's I think that's one of the Porsche Cup cars that we have running out here this weekend.
Yep.
So
neat car. Those cars are so much fun to drive. They're so well balanced, great power, great handling, and great brakes.
Well, and that's Porsche's entry drug into racing Porsches. They want the car to be stable enough that you don't do something stupid and you want to come back and do it again and again and again.
Yeah, in fact, talking about the race school, we had a guy out with a GT3 RS this past week, and he really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah. So, I don't know if it looks like that car's got a little bit more giddy up in it because Chris Qualls having a hard time getting around him. Now, he shouldn't be faster. That's an A sedan car versus that Porsche Cup car. So that car should be faster. So
yeah, but on qualifying, Qualls was a 204 and Wright was a 206.
Right.
So that's an older Mustang. So it probably doesn't have the handling that the Porsche does. Probably has some pretty good straight line speed.
Yeah. And Chris is a fantastic race car driver. So
I believe he also runs a Mazda as well.
He does.
So
yep.
GT2 or no, American. I don't know what he runs it in, but I think he has that beautiful white and blue Mazda. So
correct. Yep.
Yeah, neat guy. We were pitted next to him back for the Hoosier Super Tour, and had a nice chat.
Yeah.
But that SPEC Corvette race is really starting to stretch out a little bit in the front two from third place, but we got movement coming in the back of the field, and you're going to see as they head into Riverside, side-by-side action there.
Here they come now into our frame. Yep, that's the three cars you were talking about. They were side-by-side just a little bit ago. Now they've sorted themselves out. Probably smarter to not try to go through Phil Hill side-by-side.
I've done that before. It slows both of you down. So if you want to stick with that group and try to move forward, you just follow that person through. What you really want to do is hang back a tad and get a better shot off the top.
Right.
But if the guy in front of you is really good, you just got to go.
Well, and
you
that's
just got to run with them.
A part of racecraft, sometimes it's hard to learn to know when you want to really not be side-by-side because there's a bigger picture than just racing the guy in front of you.
Very true.
So that's like the fifth evolution of a race car driver. The first evolution is just trying to keep on the racetrack. The second one, to try to get fast. Then you want to be able to figure out how to race the guy in front of you. But then there's a whole big picture of a big race around you, and that takes a lot of learning.
So I think Josh Carroll has made his way to the lead, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right. Yep.
And Luis Martinez is in second.
Yep.
And they're not that far apart.
No. Last time by, it was a gap of less than 2 seconds between those two cars.
And it's closer than that now. They should be approaching, if not coming out of Cotton Corners onto the back straightaway. And they are actually catching third place overall, Mose Cowper.
That's good. We're going to catch them here coming through the dog leg next.
About a second and a half, looks to me like,
That's
just looking out on
Mose,
track.
I believe.
Yep. in the Porsche.
And these are those two Corvettes we've been talking
Yep,
about.
so first and seconds, 1,001, 1,000, so not even 2 seconds.
So that was Josh Carroll and Luis Martinez. The next two cars we're going to see is Mike Henderson.
And I think he's actually...
The white car, so there's the two cars.
Yeah, so I think it's
Yep.
Tway
Yep.
and then Henderson. The timing and scoring, I guess, will reset when they get to start-finish. So, yeah, those Corvettes are fast. They're making their way through.
Yeah, we only have one timing loop at start-finish this weekend, so any changes of position mid-lap don't get reflected till they come back to start. So I know when Super Tour is here, they set up a couple of other timing
Right,
loops,
the 3 sectors.
Yep, yep.
That's when we get to see the top speed and all that fun stuff.
That's right. So
Like we were talking about earlier in the last race, data is always
exactly
important, but you got to know what to do with it as well.
Exactly.
So
Yep. So
yeah, we do have a spec Corvette for rent. So if somebody
Nice.
did want to take it out, you know, the cool thing about our race car is it actually has an auto blip downshift system.
oh,
So basically, you just put the brakes on and you touch the clutch, and it blips at downshift rev matches for you,
nice.
which is a really cool feature to have.
Sure.
One less thing to think about.
Exactly. Let's. I'm going to try to find Ben Valentine here. We'll follow him around for a lap or two. He is our overall leader in GT2, as our overall leader and our GT2 leader. Gotta keep track of him. While we're taking the time looking for him, let me thank our presenting sponsor here, Cal Clubs Races here, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. If you need help getting your car slowed down, these are the experts in Southern California, big supporters of Cal Club. They've been our presenting sponsor since we started doing the live streams here. They get everything you need for your street car, for your race car, for your high performance track day car. If you autocross, they can help you out. They also have all the other stuff that goes into braking, brake fluids, brake lines, and more importantly than any of that, they have expertise. Pick up the phone, give them a call, and they will be able to give you some advice. Their advice is usually spot on, and I just can't. Here's Ben Valentine coming through our line right now. I can't be happier to have them as one of our sponsors here. Check them out online, Porterfield-Brakes.com.
Andy Porterfield, a stalwart of Cal Club for many, many years, that beautiful white Camaro that I used to race, and started that business, and it's still going strong, which I'm happy to see. And his car was out here recently and still looks as gorgeous as ever. It's just, that was a really cool car.
Yep. Our first race of the year is always the Andy Porterfield Memorial Races. So the whole family has been Cal Club supporters forever. So, it's funny, when we started doing this, we picked up the phone and I asked them if they wanted to be involved. There was no hesitation. They were so supportive of what we do. So it's been really a great partnership. So.
I'm going to say hats off or chapeau, as they say in cycling, to all the corner workers that are out there in the heat, doing their best, giving the flags, and again, with a large difference in lap times with some of these cars, that's important to get those flags waving. But everybody, all the volunteer workers out here doing a great job this weekend, keeping us running and having fun. That's why we're all here.
85 degrees at this moment out here. 87 degrees, I should say. A little bit cooler today than yesterday, which is nice.
Nobody's complaining.
No.
I haven't heard anybody complain yet.
Nobody's complaining. So, but yeah, we appreciate it. If you want to come out and be part of our group here and learn what we do, just check out calclub.com. And if you're not from this part of the country, if you're out somewhere else, go to SCCA.com, find your local region. If you want to go to Road America, Watkins Glen, Road Atlanta, there are regions all over that area that you can hook up with and come out and play. So check all of that out. We're at the halfway point. Let's go through and do a full field rundown. Your leader right now, Ben Valentine. He is in a GT2 Dodge Challenger. In second place, John Stott. He's also second in GT2 in his Mazda RX-7. Yes, I said RX-7. That's a car that I grew up watching back in the day. Luis Martinez in third. Mose Cowper in fourth, followed by Jim Tway. Josh Carroll is Tway and Carroll, your two leaders in the Spec Corvette class. They are in fifth and sixth. Then you've got Greg Nestor, David Holmes, Michael Cheney, Patrick Howe. They round out the top 10. Most of those are Corvettes in T2. Your leader in A sedan, Christopher Qualls. He's in his Mustang, that car we see out here all the time, that blue and yellow car. He is the number 73 car in 11th place, followed by Richard Wright, Robert Kelly, Mike Henderson is in 14th, Calvin Tam in 15th. 16th place, we have got Sharif Abu El-Anin. Then we've got Ross Mary, who had 2 laps in that beautiful GT1 car and then pulled it in with what looked like some sort of a mechanical problem. That's our full field rundown here at the halfway point. And
I had mentioned the Hondas before, the Calvin Tam and Sharif Abu El-Anin.
Yep.
They're still out there running, but I did notice last time by I believe it's the 121 of Mike Henderson would seem to be a little bit slow.
Okay.
So we need to keep our eye on him, make sure he's back up to speed.
Yep, there we have it. So that was a Camaro that just came by. And there is your, that is not your race leader. Hold on a second. There they are coming through there. All right, our race leader coming into turn 1 right now. We'll see them. There he is. There is that Dodge Challenger. I gotta tell you, if you get a chance to come out and be on the main straight when that Challenger comes by, it sounds completely awesome.
Oh, yeah. Nothing like a V8.
Yep.
Although I will say that Porsche Flat 6 is also pretty special.
No question. Yeah, I have been a Porsche fan for decades, so.
It's kind of fun with those Porsches when they go by you, and the further away they get, the louder it gets. Yeah. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Sound-wise, we just had the 12 hours of Sebring yesterday, and that Aston Martin Valkyrie is just something special, too, at the V12. And that'll be at Long Beach next month for the IMSA race.
All right, so I'm just hearing word from race control. The 121 car, Mike Henderson, stopped for a moment on course with some sort of mechanical problem and then continued on. So I don't know if he figured something out and he's going to go back on the racing, or if he's going to just try to limp his way around to the pit lane.
And that's, I guess, what I had seen with that slowing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, interesting. And sometimes in these cars, they will have a backup ignition system. So I'll have to turn one of them off, start the backup system, and get going again. And usually they'll fix if they did have an ignition problem.
Right.
We don't know what the problem was. We're just speculating at this point. But the good news is he's back running.
Yeah.
And it looks like Luis Martinez has pulled out just a wee bit of a gap now in that lead spec Corvette. And I believe from the Martinez King Taco family, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, really? I did not know that. I did not know that.
I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't want to get hungry.
I've been known to knock back a couple of King Tacos. So
yes. They sponsor me when I race at Long Beach and Indy Lights, and I'll tell you what, I had the happiest and best fed crew in the entire paddock. So
I don't doubt that for a second.
And it goes even further because we had dessert from Brian Schubert's mom.
Nice.
And so, again, we were the best fed crew and team in the paddock area. It was great.
I love that.
Krista is a phenomenal cook. Just unbelievable.
Yes.
So I don't see any cars coming to pre-grid yet for the next group, but hopefully.
Yeah, we've got a worker break coming.
There you go. So they got a little extra time built in.
Let me just double check that before I speak out of turn here. Where is my schedule? It is here somewhere. Yeah, we've got a short worker break coming up after this race, about 10 minutes. And then we'll come back with our final race of the weekend. That is our Spec Racer Ford, Formula V, and Formula Fs. I'm finally now, like 6 years in, used to saying Formula F and not Formula Ford. So that was a hard transition for this old coot. But
well, that's weird too because Hondas had been winning everything at the runoffs until had a wheel drop in the silver Corvette, number 3.
Two of them out here. But that could have been Patrick Howe, definitely in the 3 car.
Okay, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So he just, when you exit Sunset there, the idea is you want to maximize that corner to lead down that front straightaway and get all that exit speed. But if you early apex that just a wee bit, or maybe you're in traffic or something, it gets very slippery at the exit, and it's easy to drop a wheel off.
Well,
and it looks like we got a slower again, and is that Mike Henderson again.
Yeah, it might be. It looks
So
like
if you look,
there's...
yep, there it is coming through, entering Riverside on the screen. That's a shame, but I think he should be halfway. So even if we were to pull it in, at least he'll get counted with a finish.
Let's look here.
So that's going to be pretty sketchy going into Phil Hill if you're behind him.
Yeah, he's got 9 laps in, so he can pull in now if he wanted to. Definitely.
If the car's running, you always want to complete the entire distance because you never know if somebody else brakes, that moves you up a position. But if there's something wrong with the car, you know, at some point you just have to got to pull it in and you know, check it out, see what the story is.
So, just have 8 minutes left in this race. We're not going to get to the 18 laps, so I would guess that that's going to be maybe 4 laps to go here, depending on how fast Ben Valentine goes. And of course, it's all keyed off our overall leader. And he just clicked off a 156.289. So
that'll get it done.
that is not taking his time around here, no question. So. Mose Cowper's now falling back real fast. I'm not quite sure what his situation is. He's now dropped down to 8th place. He was up in the top 5.
He was 3rd. He was running 3rd for the first third of half of the race.
Top 10 as well. I haven't heard anything yet, although I do see a big puff of dust out there, but that just looks like an exit of Sunset situation. Let me see if I'm going to do a little camera flip here and see if we can find him anywhere. Not there. Yep, I don't see anybody parked. There's a couple of normal parking spots. Here's one of them in the drag strip there down there. But yeah, I don't see him. Maybe he just pulled in. Now he's back up to 8th. That's weird. So but he just did a 2:12.068, so definitely off song, at least for a portion of a lap. Maybe he had a little off and on, a little agricultural racing.
You never know. And I think we have John Stott in impound also.
Okay.
I think he is done for the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's falling down the chart as well. So he got 10 laps in, well past halfway. So he's figured for some reason maybe he had some little issue with the car, pulling it away.
By the way, we were talking about Mose running 3rd for a good part of this race. You know, he's a graduate of Fast Lane Racing School.
Nice.
Matt Treglia, our other instructor, that was his student. And
Very cool.
So, yeah, just goes to show you can get up there and compete.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2:12 lap was his last one by. He qualified at a 59, so obviously something going on there.
Yeah, if he pops back up to the two-minute area, we'll know that was just a one-lap moment. So.
There he goes by. Car sounds good as he's going to come by start-finish here momentarily. It sounds good. So
and
maybe a little schlemazel out on track. We didn't catch it, but
last lap was a 2:04. So
that's fine. That's
definitely
fine.
Back on pace. So
I'm guessing with the amount of dirt that's been kicked up, you know, it's not as bad as when you run the bus stop chicane and everybody gets into the dirt there, but there's still spots on the track.
So I'm just hearing he went off at turn 1 to avoid running over another car that was doing something, having a moment. So that's how that situation happened.
All right. Well, I'm glad he's able to continue on and see how far he can climb back up.
So thank you to all of the workers around the racetrack who report back these things to us. Let's see.
The good news for Mose is that he's still leading in GTX.
Oh, there you go.
So he had Chris Wright, I believe it was. Let me see here.
Richard.
I'm sorry, Richard Wright, who had qualified 2nd in that Porsche GT3, and so he's still in front of Richard. So that's good news for Mose. Keep that victory streak going. He's won the first 2 races of the season in GTX class, so let's see if he can make it a hat trick here today.
Nice.
Well, technically, I guess he did. 'Cause,
Yeah.
So he won yesterday, I believe, or was he second?
I think you have the finishing order in the page behind you there. That was yesterday's results.
Yep. He came home victorious yesterday, so.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Jim Tway just popped his fast lap of the day with a 1:58.208. That's a good lap there.
Yeah, it is.
It's not much off of Ben Valentine's pace, so.
And it's interesting too because the Corvettes, they're not exactly a lightweight car,
No.
and they're running street tires as well. And you get into the afternoon, you can have those tires get kind of greasy, especially with all the dirt.
Yeah, we've got the dirt. It's 87 degrees outside, and if they ran the same tires yesterday, they're now 25 minutes into a second heat cycle. So that's always the interesting part about club racing is that you don't know how these drivers manage their tires and whether they had budget for a new set this weekend or not. I don't get that information, so it's always an interesting, thought process on these cars.
Yeah, typically in club racing, depending upon the budget, but for a lot of the guys, you just run that set of tires until they're done.
Yep.
They'll get bad, but you just keep running them.
Yep.
But yeah, I'll tell you what, temperature, the track does change significantly. We've been running a lot on the circuit, the other track, and we're seeing like a 4-second difference between morning and afternoon. The track really slows down when it gets hot.
Yeah, I had a whole rotation where I would run a new set of tires for 2 races, and then that would become the qualifying tires for 3 or 4 races, and then those would become the practice tires for 3 or 4 races, and that was how I learned to manage my limited tire budget.
Yep.
And I always they're just buying a new set every weekend. Oh, no. But that was a good way to heat cycle and try to get tires to stretch a little bit longer, so.
Luis Martinez may have some company here
yeah.
really soon. That bright green Corvette is closing the gap. We were, I think, about 5 seconds before. It's significantly less now.
And if my camera unlocks itself here or locks back up, we'll see it.
That should be Jim Tway then, right? And so, yeah, he just turned another quick lap of his day.
Yeah.
And in fact, he's almost 2 seconds a lap faster than Martinez. And this is top 3 overall.
So I believe Martinez is the red car.
Yep.
Tway is the green car that we just saw there. Last lap is in the lane, so it's a lap and a half for those 2 cars. We'll kind of follow them here because they are the closest battle, and this is the battle for the lead in SPEC Corvette.
It's about a 2-second lead right now, so.
And both look fast, but the timing lights are telling us a little differently here. That's the difference between first and second in SPEC Corvette with a lap and a half to go. The car in front, Luis Martinez. The car in second place is Jim Tway. They'll come down off of Phil Hill onto the drag strip here, and you'll see them come into our view right now. Looks like maybe the pace is stabilized. Maybe the people, the 77 car crew has gotten on the radio and said, "Hey, buddy, hit that pedal a little harder. We got company coming."
Yeah, step it up. Although the driver's saying, I am stepping it up.
That's right.
All right, white flag is still waving at start-finish. We're awaiting a checker.
Yeah.
Will they get one more lap after
these
this?
cars will definitely get one more lap. So,
Okay, so here they come. They'll be coming down the front straightaway.
Yep. Yeah.
It's less than 2 seconds from what I can see out the window.
Yeah, let me give you the exact number. It is.
And here they come in video view.
Yep, 1.2 seconds is the gap at the line with 1 lap to go here.
And that's 0.8 less than it was. So
Yep. But still, with 1 lap to go, that's a lot of distance to make up here. So
yeah, but check them out as they come into Cotton Corners. That gap is shrunk considerably.
yep,
Look at
here
this.
they come. Couple more.
That's
corners
less than
to
a
go.
second. We'll see him on the back straight here momentarily.
Yep.
It's about a second to visually seeing it. He's really closed the gap. So if he did 8/10 there, that's within reason.
Yeah, no question.
We may see a dive bomb as Mose gets the checkered flag. So I guess we have our overall winner with Ben Valentine.
We're following Luis Martinez and Jim Tway on the final lap here at Buttonwillow. Tway is trying to hunt down the red car. So it's the green car in second, the red car in first in class as they come up over Phil Hill. That gap even closer now. I'm going to guess less than a half a second as they now come onto that last little bit of the drag strip here. A nice good braking point going into Star Mazda, really hard, more than 90-degree right-hander. We don't have a camera of it, but it's a good passing zone. If he can get close enough, we'll know what happened when they come into our view here at the S's.
My guess is if Tway is close enough, he's going to make the move into Sunset as they go through the S's now. I don't think he's close enough.
I don't think so either.
But it wouldn't be the first time somebody's made a mistake going through Sunset.
We'll look for dust. That
Oh,
will be a telltale
they're coming.
sign.
They're coming.
Let's see what happens here at the line as they come through. Checkered flag is in the air. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Tway or is it Martinez? It looks like Tway, just by the closest of margins, is going to get the win here on the final lap coming out of the final corner.
From this camera angle, it looks like it, but I think Martinez was able to hold him off, and just barely, by just a fender.
It was Tway first, Martinez second, and the gap was 9/1000ths of a second.
Incredible finish.
Wow. Unbelievable. That is one of the closest finishes I've ever seen here at Buttonwillow. That's so cool.
Wow. Last lap, we called it. He was closing and really finished the job. That's incredible. Normally, you don't have enough straightaway here to get that coming out of Sunset, but he made it happen. Definitely, he was on fire on those closing laps. But cool down lap, they're still showing Martinez out in front. So
yeah, I'm just looking at timing and scoring. These
I wonder
are unofficial results here. So.
Right. Now, my question, and I guess if it's a spec Corvette, there should be a spec place where they put their transponder.
There should be.
Because if one person had it in front and the other person had it in the back, that could change the finishing order as well. So,
well, we do have, in addition to the transponders, in addition to the eyes that are there, our timing and scoring folks, we do typically have a start-finish camera that they can go to if it's really close. Now, I'm not sure if that's set up this weekend. I don't believe it's a requirement, but a lot of timing and scoring teams do use one. So, and of course, all of our results are unofficial for at least 30 minutes in case someone wants to drop some protests. So, but let's go through the unofficial results right now. At the moment, our GT2 class winner and our overall winner is Ben Valentine in that Challenger. Then we had a really close finish. Regardless of who's won, it's a really close finish. Right now, timing and scoring shows Jim Tway is your SPEC Corvette T2 winner, with Luis Martinez in second by 9/1000ths of a second at the line. Then we've got Greg Nestor and David Holmes, Josh Carroll, Michael Cheney, Patrick Howe, Mose Culper in 9th. Robert Kelly finishes in 10th. Going through 11 through 18, Christopher Qualls, he wins a sedan. Then you've got Richard Wright, Mike Henderson, Calvin Tam, Sharif Abu Elanin, John Stott, Ross Murray, and Josh Pitt, who was in an incident yesterday, did not take the green flag today. That's going to wrap it up for race number 5. One more to go after a short break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. You are watching the Cal Club races here from Buttonwillow, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. All right, we're back here live at Buttonwillow, getting ready for our final race of the weekend. Split start, Formula F's up front. So Eric Poulsen is going to be your pole sitter with Eric Olson. Ed Erlinson is going to end up starting on the outside of row number 1. Then we've got Wayne Smith and Johnny Crean in row number 2. Stuart Patterson and Stephen Parallel. Man, our timing and scoring grid sheets are so tiny, and my old man glasses aren't helping me out here. All right, now the split start for Spec Racer Fords. They're going to start probably about a minute behind the front pack. Mike Miserandino on the pole with Robert Edmondson outside pole. Then we've got Paul Marino and Mark Ballingy in the outside in row number 2. Brian Schubert, Tom Miserandino in row number 3. Jay Rosenthal and Chris Strand in row number 4. Denny Fostick and Doug Stewart will be in row number 5. Preston Lerner and Mike Moshe will be in row number 6. And then bringing up the rear, Don Palla and our one Formula V, one of the Cal Club longtime awesomest members, Mark Edwards. He will be our last place starter in this race. So, again, we're going to go 18 laps or 30 minutes. My guess is we'll be going 30 minutes. I don't think any of our groups today have gone to the 18 or been able to get to 18 laps. So basically 30-minute races here as we get ready to wrap this one up here. And there is our field finishing up, coming through now, dog leg. And there we go. There we go. Red white car up front. It's Mike Miserandino, several-time national champion, leading the way.
That's not a surprise to have Mike Miserandino up front, especially at the track where he is track president.
Now, he swears he doesn't get to drive here very much.
I've never seen him on track, and we're here a lot during the week. I've never seen him on track.
Okay. All right. I'll have to take everyone's word for it. Here comes our first group onto the front straightaway here. And they will hopefully get a green flag. And the green flag is in the air as they head past our start-finish line here. And going down to turn 1 for the first time. Lots of weaving back and forth up front. Eric Poulsen taking him through turn 1 here. Looking nice and clean so far. And there's Mark Edwards. Actually, he started with the Formula Fs. All right, that's fine. That makes sense.
By the way, Ed Erlinson is always here at the track as well. I have not seen him actually on the track either, and he's qualified second. So
Ed was instrumental in getting the circuit finished up, and we've actually named a corner after him. The final corner on the circuit is Ed Erlinson Corner. So the first named corner at the circuit. We should be getting our second group here onto the main straight in just a minute. And we'll go back and pick them up when they get here. There's our second group now coming onto our main straight, and they will get the green flag because you really can't give the first group a green flag and not give the second group a green flag. So you shouldn't take advantage of that, but I've seen drivers do that. So as they come now through turn 1 for the first time, we call that sunrise here. And looks like everyone, nobody put a wheel off there. That is not common. That is 100% not common. Usually you get at least one guy who will need a little extra racetrack, and it's not there. And look at Mike Miserandino already pulling 3 or 4 car lengths away. Spec Racer Fords yesterday put on an absolutely phenomenal show. If you haven't seen it, go back to yesterday's live stream and pick up the last 3 or 4 laps there. It was a great, great race.
And that's the thing about that class. No matter if you're fast, slow, or in between, you always have somebody to race with.
100%. I was a slow guy in this class, and there were 4 or 5 others along with me. So, all right, here they come out of Riverside up towards Phil Hill. Very much a drafting and momentum class. You want to keep close to the car in front of you. Yesterday, part of the things that people were worried about is because there's just that tiny inlet up front to get air into the car. It was 93 or 94 degrees yesterday. You would see a lot of drivers poking out. You think they were trying to make a pass when really I think they were just trying to get a little air onto the radiator, or the radiator, as my friends on the other side of the pond would say. And heaven forbid you crumple that little zone underneath there. I've done that more times than I care. Oh, look at the gap now. Mike Miserandino, Robert Edmondson looks like he has been able to cinch up a little bit and pull up right to the rear bumper of that Spec Racer Ford. It's not really a bumper. It's more of a tailpipe.
Yeah, the rear body work. And you'll get a big draft with these cars, too. They move a lot of air. And he is definitely in the draft.
No question. Yep, no question.
And then the next group as well, they are all nose to tail.
Yep.
And that looks like Brian Schubert in there and Mark Belangi in there as well. And Mark's a busy guy. You see him every day out at the track here. I think they said they're running 10 or 12 cars here this weekend out of their shop.
Follow Spec Racer Fords here for this lap, and then we'll go back to the Formula Fs for the next lap. Give everybody a little bit of love here.
So it's a group of 2 in SRF, a group of 4, and then we have the final group, and they are all tight.
Yep.
6 cars. And they are changing position.
Let's see here. Here comes our leaders in Spec Racer Ford into our viewpoint right now. Up front, you've got Miserandino. Right behind him is Robert Edmondson, and then the rest of the pack.
And he is closer than he has been since the start. And it may be a matter of time. Mike's smart, though. He'll know what to do. If he wants to lead, he'll lead. If he wants to just tuck in second, he'll do that. But they will have lap traffic coming up in the form of Mark Edwards in that glamdring Formula V.
Yeah, the one thing with Mark is he's a pro here. You know, will not make any problems for those cars as they come through.
Well, not intentionally, but sometimes the car is just in a spot where...
True.
I mean, if you're in the S's and they come up on it, it's kind of hard to go around in the S's. Yeah. It's narrow. And look at that second group. So Belangi looks like he has his mirrors filled with Schubert. The nice thing about this track is it is very passable. If you get a good shot off of Phil Hill, you have a long time to draft and get down to that Star Mazda corner, which is a very slow corner. Great braking zone. But again, with the spec class, it's not like we have DRS or active aero or hybrid push to pass or any of those things. So this is just driver skill and setup. Real pure, true racing out here.
No, absolutely. And that's one of the things we enjoy here. All right, so I'm looking now to find our leaders in our Formula F group. I think
they should be heading into or near Phil Hill at this point.
That's them coming up towards Phil Hill right now. Big gap. It is Eric Poulsen with a 6-second lead over Wayne Smith. So I just want to give them just a little bit of love, and then we'll go back to our Spec Racer Ford group. So this is Eric Poulsen coming through right now. And then you will see a long gap back to our second and third place cars of Wayne Smith and Ed Erlinson.
Interestingly enough, as they will come up onto the back straightaway, the lead 2 cars in Spec Racer Ford Miserandino and Edmondson, they have passed Mark Edwards in the Glamdring.
Right.
So we will have to look and see that group of three, which is Marino, Belangi, and Schubert.
Right.
They may catch him right about Riverside.
Let's see if we can pick that up here. There is. There's Mark.
Oh, and there he is. He's gone wide to let those three through.
Yep.
Very sportsmanlike. I think he'll take his line going into Phil Hill because really you kind of have to get across there, and then the others should be able to get by. Holy mackerel. That was tight and close. Good driving.
I
Good sportsmanship.
Cannot tell you the number of times that I've seen Mark Edwards do exactly that same thing. So that's why I've seen this scenario play out before. So
certainly not his first rodeo,
right.
As they say.
Exactly. So.
And as we look for the front straightaway, I think, again, with these two Spec Racer Fords, Miserandino and Edmondson, they are extremely close. And you will see.
Here we go.
They'll be coming up to Cotton Corners now. I'm wondering if they're just playing let's get away and we'll settle this at the end. Or is he just learning every single lap and thinking, this is a weak spot? But it's kind of hard to find a weak spot in a guy who's got that many national championship victories.
Well, and I have always said, and I've watched, I would say, to say that I've watched 100 Spec Racer Ford races wouldn't be an exaggeration. The place you want to be going into that final lap in almost every racetrack is second place, and especially if you're close enough in second place. So, and it proved to be the case again yesterday. So we'll see what happens here. But Edmondson is in a good spot as long as he can stay with him. I would not be in any hurry to get around Mike Miserandino, and trying to find any kind of tell of what Mike might do will give him an advantage as we get to the deep portion of this race.
So you've got Mike in here, the son. You've got Tom, the dad, and
Yep.
Paul, his uncle.
Yep, it is a family affair, as they say.
Well, he's certainly close enough. If he wants to make a move on the last lap, he's certainly close enough if he stays that way. Although, again, talking about Mike, he's seen this play out before too, so he can make his car very wide if he chooses.
Yep.
And that second group of three is looking like they're about as close as they've been for quite some time as well. And that's still the uncle, Marino, Belangi, and Schubert, the two yellow cars, bright yellow cars.
And you will see them here as they come right past us here, coming out of Sunrise.
Sometimes you think about it on the draft, it's sort of like family. You want them close, but not too close, right? I mean, you got to get, like you were saying earlier, you got to have air coming into your radiator air inlet in the front of the car.
It's kind of like the devil you know is better than the devil you don't, right?
Now, remember, Ed Erlinson was running second. He's been demoted to third by Wayne Smith, Johnny Crean fourth, Stephen Perilou fifth, and that's your lead group in the open wheel FF, if you will. I don't know if they're all running Hondas, anybody running a Ford, but I mean, for a while, it was only Formula Ford, and then they switched, and then Honda is like, that was, you had to have a Honda if you're going to win the runoffs, and then last year that all switched up. So very interesting. We'll see how it plays out.
Speaking of Fords, let's find them and get them back on our screens here. So here is Eric Poulsen coming through our screen, and the next two cars are going to be Wayne Smith and Ed Erlinson, I think. I think this is Smith and Erlinson right here. Yeah, that is the one issue with the cameras that we use. They're sometimes hard to pick up the car numbers and that kind of stuff, so we do the best we can, though. And so coming right at us right now, that is Eric Poulsen, your leader overall and your Formula F leader. Next car into our view will be Wayne Smith, and it looks like he has a bit of a lead now. Yeah, only about 1.5 seconds over the second place car. There's Mark Edwards right there as well. Oops, wrong button.
Well, if they're not using Porterfield brakes, I hope they have some brakes that are really good, because going into Star Mazda, going into Sunset, going into Sunrise, all these corners, it is heavy, heavy braking here. Especially when you use Star Mazda, those S's are extended, and you are carrying a lot of speed when you come into Sunset.
Absolutely. Good timing. We're at the halfway mark. Let me give my last thank you of the weekend to Porterfield Racing Brakes. If you are looking for a place to help you find a little bit of speed, and yes, you can find speed in good brakes, go to Porterfield Racing Brakes and give them a call, talk to them. They've got applications for your street car, for your race car, and your any high performance stuff you're trying to do. They are the experts. So check them out. It's Porterfield-brakes.com. Big thank you to them for being our longtime presenting sponsor of our stream here. We would not be here today doing this without the help of Porterfield Brakes. So, all right, let's go back to our Spec Racer Ford group. The Formula Fords have spread themselves up a good bit here. I think they're going to be coming into our view down the dogleg next. Yep. We should see them next here.
And we have a change.
Yeah, we have a new leader in that
Going
group.
into Sunrise last time, Edmondson was really, really close. He popped out to fade a pass, but it looks like he has actually made that pass happen at some point. Miserandino will not be happy, but let's see how it plays out as they go into Phil Hill.
Yeah, he didn't seem too upset about it yesterday because he ended up still being the winner in the end. So he is a savvy race car driver.
For sure, but it's always nice to have that clean air and clean view. And the guy in front, I'm sure you've been on track before where somebody decides, well, I think I'll drop my wheel off here and scatter you with some rocks and debris. Whether he did it intentionally or not, that can happen. So in
no
an
one would ever do that intentionally. What are you talking about?
In an open cockpit car, that is not pleasant.
It looks like Paul Marino and Mark Ballinger ended up in a little side to side and changed positions. Just got that called in from our corners. Now the question is, how long does Mike sit back there before he tries to make the move and get back around here? You know, is he patient? We've got about 13 minutes left, 12 minutes left in this race, so there's no real hurry to getting it done.
Well, it looks like Schubert is getting closer to Belangi there. Looks like he tried to make a move going into the first corner there, was not able to get it done, but he was definitely side by side with Belangi. But it looks like Marino has made it back up. Well, actually, I guess he never left. He's been up there.
And here they come into our view here. These three cars getting around a slower Formula F car there. Follow these, that's second, third, and fourth place group for a little bit here. While we're following this group, I want to take a big chance to thank all of the folks here out here making it work and happen for us this weekend. Lots of volunteers here, from our corner workers to our timing and scoring folks. I hesitate to try to name them all off because I always forget one specialty, and then they come at me afterwards and say, you didn't mention us. So, but definitely a lot of workers out here helping us out, making all of us, giving us all of us the ability to have fun doing what we love to do here, and we couldn't do it without all of them. Big thank you to Mark and Cece, the Cal Club race directors and Cal Club club manager, who help us get all these races done. The time and effort they put in is not unnoticed, and we really appreciate it to them. Big thank you to the staff at Buttonwillow. They're always accommodating and helpful, and they show up all the time, including the catering staff, who make sure that all of us volunteers get fed. If it's a cold day, they give us warm food. If it's a hot day, they give us cold food. Salads and stuff. It's just a perfect setup for us here. But a big group of people that we need to thank for that. And I just love being out there and being able to be out here with my friends and talking about racing here on the live stream. So.
Yeah, by the way, you mentioned Mark and Cece. They are here on Mondays before the race weekend. I know because I was here on Monday at the race school, and they're already here getting stuff ready and set up. So, yeah, that's a long week.
Yeah.
You think, oh, it's 2-day race weekend. No, it started a week ago.
Well, and Cal Club, by the way, for those who might not know, we are the support region for the Grand Prix of Long Beach. So right now, all of the efforts are going in. We provide the corner workers, a lot of the rescue staff, and those who don't work corners. We find something else to do on Long Beach weekend to help out, and it's a whole big effort here. And a lot of our Cal Club workers, we also, there's a potential move back there, and that's third, fourth, and fifth place group. We also provide a lot of the flaggers for the F1 race at Las Vegas, and a lot of our flaggers go and do F1 races all around the world. We've got people who are going to Silverstone in a couple of weeks to go to an F1 race there. We've got people who've been corner workers at Le Mans and the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and then we've got people who are at Sebring this weekend. So, and all of that comes from coming out and being a volunteer with the Sports Car Club of America. So that's how I got to do that stuff, and I'm here today talking to you about it. So if you love cars, and there's a lot of great stuff that you can do through the SCCA.
All right, we're going to have some traffic coming up here for the leaders in Spec Racer Ford. It looks like getting lapped in the Glamdring.
Yeah.
Mark Edwards. We'll see no issues heading into the first corner. But on our timing and scoring, it looks like Schubert has been able to get by Belangi.
Well, we'll see that here in just a second.
And we should see them coming into Cotton Corners pretty soon. There's coming out of the first turn.
Yep.
That was shown there.
All right, coming up on 9 minutes to go here.
Mark's a pretty chill guy until he gets behind the wheel.
Exactly.
He is all out racer and wants to win just as bad as anybody else. And so if Mike and Robert have gone by Mark Edwards, you're going to see. Yep. And look at this as they'll come into Riverside. Are they going to change positions again? Because they're really close coming out of Cotton Corners. Look at Belangi and Schubert side by side.
Yeah. This is some great racing now. At some point, they're going to come up on this slower Formula V, and that will make some decisions as to how they get around them. I think Schubert was able to hold on there as they went through Riverside, now up over the top of Phil Hill.
What they don't want to do is catch Edwards at the beginning of the S's.
Right.
And have somebody in between, have him in between those guys. But I think they're close enough now. And Edwards is heads up. He'll wave them all by going into Star Mazda. That'll let that race continue.
Yeah. We'll see what's happening here as they come through the S's. And yes, all three of them were
Good.
Were past Mark Edwards before they got to the S's. So there were your leaders in Spec Racer Ford. Let's do a quick reset. Polson, Wayne Smith, Ed Erlinson, Johnny Crean. They're your top 4 cars in Formula F. Then we go to Spec Racer Ford. Edmondson, Mike Miserandino, Paul Moreno, Ballingy, Brian Schubert, Jay Rosenthal. That's your top 10 right now. Going a little deeper into the field, we've got Tom Miserandino, Stephen Perilou, Mike Moshe, Denny Fostick, Preston Lerner, Doug Stewart, Chris Strand, and then Mark Edwards in the Formula V. So, and Edmondson still holding off Miserandino here as we get to the final 6 minutes of this race.
Not a lot of time left. It'll be interesting to see how that battle for third place, the final podium spot.
There's Mike putting his nose out there, whether he's just trying to cool the car or actually just be big in the mirrors. But it looked like just for a split second he was going to try to make a move there and then thought better of it. I don't know that I want to try to make a pass in that section.
Well, when you have good drivers, it's doable. The issue is, and really not with these guys, they built out a big enough gap.
Right.
It's not going to be like the third place
Sure.
battle is going to come get them. But they're still human. A little tiny mistake there, they both go off, and all of a sudden that three-way battle for third is now the three-way battle for winning.
It looks like Mike's starting to lose his patience a little bit. He wants to get back to the lead of this race. So
it's not like he has his dad on the radio. His dad's in the other car racing, or his uncle. So
he might be on the radio still yelling at the kid.
They'll come by here momentarily. We should see them. Nose to tail.
Yeah, there they are.
And we should see the third place battle. The third place battle, it looks like Paul Marino is starting to do what they used to call the Pruitt fade. He's making the car a little bit wider heading into turn number 1.
Yeah.
Belangi started to take a look and thought better of it.
Well, and what's been interesting with Belangi and Schubert kind of messing around behind him, that Marino hasn't been able to pull away at all. A lot of times when they're racing hard, that opens up the ability for the car in front to get a little bit of a gap, but he has not been able to take advantage of that. And now you've got those two cars. Now they're even a little closer to Marino.
So it's Schubert's decision now. Do I hang back so I can have a spot to go and really close in?
Yeah.
Or did he make a tiny mistake that it's just a wee bit bigger gap than what it's been?
But there's a potential pass going into Riverside. Let's see what happens when they come out. Oh, Marino able to hold on and shut the door, but they are nose to tail.
And that little battle should help Schubert close in.
Yep.
Really, it's got to be go time here at this point. If you're going to make the move, you got to make a move, because if you wait for the very last lap, you may not have that opportunity.
And it looks like Marino has pulled out a couple car lengths lead now.
Well, anytime you try to make that pass and it's not successful, you lose your momentum, and these are definitely momentum cars.
All right, here are your leaders now. We're going to start to think about when we're going to get this white flag here. I'm going to guess maybe next time by should be the white flag for Eric Polson. And then we have to see where the Spec Racer Ford crew lays on the racetrack when that happens. Edmondson now with maybe a 2.5 car length lead over Miserandino.
Miserandino cooling the engine a little bit, getting a little bit further behind, get some cool cooling the tires a little bit because he's not sliding behind. These cars aren't super aero dependent, but they still have some aero. So if you get too close, you get those tires a little bit greasy, hot and slick. You don't want that. So now is his go time, and he is certainly close enough.
Right,
Same thing with the second three.
Yep. We just got word from race control. Next time by for Eric Poulsen, we'll get the white flag. So it looks like there's going to be a lap and a half at least left. Oh, another potential move going into Riverside. Will he make it stick this time? Balanji is trying to do something. No, not able. And look at how much Schubert's able to pull up to the back of Balanji as they now come up to Riverside, or up to Phil Hill.
And remember, he was about 5 car lengths behind just a lap and a half ago.
These guys must be having a blast out here doing this. All right, and now we have a new leader in Spec Racer Ford coming across the line right now. Mike Miserandino has retaken the point here. Robert Edmondson has fallen back to second place. And you can see them right there. So 2 laps to go for those cars. White flag is going to be in the air in just a minute.
Let's look at that battle for third overall. It's been Miserandino, Balanji, and Schubert. I think that position has changed. I think Schubert has made the move.
And now he'll be on the march trying to catch up to Marino.
And white flag is out, so this is going to be it.
Yep. So all of the Spec Racer Fords are going to get one more lap now once they get to the start-finish line, because the white flag comes out for the Formula F car because he's the overall leader. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, if it comes out behind him, they've got it. So
exactly.
Unless he's going to lap him in between, I don't think he's close enough. So.
All right, we will see our leaders in Spec Racer Ford come down off of Phil Hill. The white and red car in the front is Mike Miserandino. The bluish-blackish car in second, that is Edmondson. It doesn't look like he's close enough to make any big move there at this moment. Next 3 cars we're going to see come down off the hill are going to be our Marino, Schubert, and Balanji group.
And Poulsen, last time by, on getting ready for his final lap, has put an exclamation point on his dominance.
There you go.
Turned the fastest lap.
Oh, yes. Another purple lap, a 155.341 for Eric Poulsen.
Okay, last lap by start-finish. It's still Miserandino and Edmondson. Let's see in the Marino, Schubert, Balanji battle as they come down the front straight momentarily.
All right, here they come. And now we're going to also see the checkered flag is going to come out here right after that trio goes through of Spec Racer Fords. The starter picks up the checkered flag and throws that in the air for Eric Poulsen, who is going to be our winner in Formula F. We'll go back now and pick up the leaders here in, let's see, they're going to hit the dog leg first. Where are we here? They're going to be coming into our view right now. White car still in front is Miserandino. And Edmondson about 2 car lengths, but he's making a good push to try to get there. Here they go through Riverside. Oh, Edmondson still, he's too far back to make the move now. He's going to have to get a little lucky here to be able to close back in. Let's go back. There is our cars through the dog leg. It is still Marino up front, followed by Schubert and Balanji. Now through Riverside.
Balanji has just taken a half a step back, and Schubert's really closed the gap, so we could see 3 wide coming into the Star Mazda corner. Everybody wants this, but it looks like through the S's,
There's your Spec Racer Ford leaders. We've got Miserandino and Edmondson coming through the S's for the final time. Let's see if we can catch. Oh, there was our cars going through the S's, or going into Star Mazda. All right, let's check our leaders here as they come up for the final time.
That's a black car in front. It is not Miserandino.
Oh, look at that. Robert Edmondson takes the win. Here comes our trio. They should come onto the front straight any minute now.
And we have Paul Marino all by himself.
Wow, that means that Schubert, what happened
And
to Schubert and
Belangi are
Belangi?
nowhere in sight.
Well, there's one of them. Oh, yeah, definitely. They're coming through the S's here right now with a big gap. Belangi's in front, Schubert's in second.
Oh, off into the dirt, exiting. You see the dirt right there.
As they come across the line, it's going to be Schubert coming across the line in fourth place, and Belangi coming across the line in fifth.
Boy, mackerel.
Wow, they must have come together in Star Mazda.
Someplace, yep,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yep.
Wow.
All right, well, let's go through our full field here as we wrap up our final race of the afternoon and of the weekend even. Eric Polson, Wayne Smith, Ed Erlinson, that's your podium in Formula F. Johnny Crean came in fourth. Now your podium in Spec Racer Ford, Robert Edmondson, Mike Miserandino, Paul Marino, followed by Brian Schubert, Mark Belangi, Jay Rosenthal, your top 10. In 11th is Tom Miserandino, Denny Fostick in 12th, followed by Preston Lerner, Stephen Perilou, Mike Moshe in 15th, Doug Stewart 16th, Chris Strand in 17th, and Mark Edwards finished in 18th. That's going to wrap it up here from Buttonwillow. It's been a great weekend of racing here. The Cal Club races brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. We'll be back in May 1st and 2nd here back at the circuit at Buttonwillow, the brand new racetrack for the divisional races and the track events on May 1st and 2nd. We'll have a live stream from that as well. And of course, if you want to find information about how to come and join us, go to calclub.com. If you're not here in Southern California and want to join SCCA Racing, go to SCCA.com. Find your local region and go make a phone call, jump on the interweb, send an email, and come out and have fun with us. I'm Brian Belansky. Have yourself a great weekend. Stay safe and go play with cars.